Hello, welcome. If you support my message, share this episode and drop a comment below to tell the algorithm to give us a push. It can be anything. I read every note. And for an easier listening experience, save our show on Spotify. Find the link on my page. Thanks for joining us tonight. What do you do when you've poured the absolute best of yourself into the world? The realest, truest thing you will ever create. And no one notices, not just for a day or a month, but for 30 years of hard work, for the length of an entire adult lifetime. There is a man in this story who solved the deepest riddle of human existence before he turned 31. He wrote a masterpiece so profound he was certain it would change the course of philosophy, yet the entire world ignored him. Tonight, we step into the immaculate, lonely world of Arthur Schopenhauer, the philosopher nobody noticed for 30 years. We'll learn why he refused to surrender to the terrifying obscurity that breaks most people. You'll see the strange daily routine that kept his motivation alive. And you'll understand why he's now changed the course of history. If you've ever felt invisible, unappreciated, or wondered whether your efforts actually matter in a noisy world, close your eyes. Put your head back. Tonight, we fall asleep listening to a legendary philosopher. It is autumn 1865. A city in the German states, Leipzig, though that hardly matters yet, rain on the cobbles outside. And in a cramped second-hand bookshop, the kind that smells of old glue and older paper, a young man is browsing with no particular purpose. He is 21. A student, clever, restless, a little lonely in the way clever young men often are. Nobody yet. He has no idea he will one day be one of the most famous names in the history of thought. Tonight, he is just a boy with cold hands, running a finger along the cracked spines. And then, he stops. He would try for years afterward to explain what happened next, and he never quite could. His hand reached out, almost on its own, and pulled down 2 heavy volumes. A work of philosophy by an author he had never heard of. A man, he would later learn, who had died 5 years before, in a rented room not so far from here, alone. Something whispered to him. That's the only way he could ever describe it. Some voice he couldn't place saying, "Take this book home with you." So he did. He carried it back through the rain to his lodgings. He threw himself into the corner of a sofa. He opened it, and he did not stop. Not for supper, not for sleep. He read as though the pages were speaking directly into his ear. As though this dead stranger, whom the world had almost entirely ignored, had somehow reached across the years and written every line for him alone. And this is the strange, aching heart of it. That night, this boy fell under the spell of a book that for nearly 30 years almost no one on earth had bothered to read. Who was he? The dead man on the shelf. What had he written that a stranger could love it like his own soul when a whole generation had turned away? And how does a person spend 30 years being ignored and never, not once, take back a word? Stay with me. We're going to walk his whole life, from the beginning, and we'll come back to this rainy shop and this young man before we're done. I promise you, it's worth the wait. Welcome, nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. If you are looking for something that supports the process of unwinding, we have partnered with Some Sleep to bring you their sleep aid drink powder for 10% off in the description below. It blends magnesium, vitamin B6, L-theanine and GABA, and a touch of melatonin to help ease the transition into rest. It's no wonder it is trusted by over 100 professional sports teams. They claim that 94% of people who use it fall asleep in under 1 hour. If you'd like to try it and support our small team as we reinvest into making these journeys even better for you, you can get 10% off your purchase using the link below with code Grandpa Huxley. Let's go back, all the way back, to a cold, grey, prosperous city on the Baltic Sea. Danzig, the 22nd of February, 1788. Picture it for me if you can. A free city then, proud, independent, older than most of the kingdoms around it. A city grown rich on grain and shipping and the long grey heave of the northern water. There is a smell to a place like that. Tar and rope and river mud. Salt off the harbour. Wet stone. The particular perfume of money being made. Barrels rolled over cobbles. Ledgers filling with ink. Ships riding low at the quay with their bellies full of Polish wheat, waiting on the tide. And rising above it all, the tall, narrow merchant houses, shoulder to shoulder. Gabled roofs stepping up into a sky the colour of pewter. And into one of those wealthy merchant houses, on that winter morning, a boy is born. His father is a man named Heinrich Floris Schopenhauer. And I want you to see Heinrich clearly, because so much of the son begins with the father. Heinrich is a merchant to the bone, a trader, a ship owner, a man who reads the price of grain in Amsterdam the way other men read the weather. Sharp, successful, careful. But he is something more interesting than a rich man too, and this is the part that matters. Heinrich loves freedom. Loves it fiercely, almost the way another man might love God. He admired the English and their liberties, their parliaments, their stubborn insistence that a man's home is his own. He admired Voltaire and the clear, cold light of reason. He kept, they say, a certain restlessness in him, a suspicion of kings and courts and anyone who would tell a free man where to stand. He would far rather do honest business as a free citizen in a free city than grow soft and fat and comfortable under some prince's flag. Heinrich had married late and married younger. His wife, Johanna, was nearly 20 years his junior, a bright, spirited woman from another patrician merchant family of the city. And we'll come to Johanna at length, because she is half of this story's sorrow. But in these first years, the house is calm and prosperous, and full of the quiet certainties of money well managed. A servant on the stairs, good linen, the father's business humming along the harbour. Into that ordered world the boy arrives, and the world, for a little while, arranges itself neatly around him. And Heinrich had a plan for this newborn son. Of course he did. Merchants always have a plan. A merchant's whole life is the arranging of the future. This cargo now, that payment in the spring, this ship insured against that storm. To such a mind, a son is not a mystery to be discovered. A son is an investment, a continuation. The next entry in a very long ledger. You raise him the way you'd apprentice a promising clerk. Carefully, with an eye always on the years ahead, on what he will one day be worth to the firm and to the name. You can see the whole plan in the name, because the father chose it with a merchant's care. Arthur. Say it slowly. Not a German name especially, not a French one, not an English one, but a name that is spelled the very same way in all three languages. A name that would sit at the top of a letter of business in Hamburg, in London, in Paris, and never once need to be changed. A name that could be signed on a contract in any of the great trading cities of Europe, and be read without a flicker by any of them. A name built for trade. A name, if you like, designed to cross borders, because borders were where the money was, and a name that snagged on a border was bad for business. Now sit with that a moment, because it's a tender thing and a heavy one, both at once. Before this child could walk, before he could speak a single word, or knew his own hands, or had any notion at all of who he was, his father had already, quietly, lovingly, decided who he would become. He was not named for a saint. He was not named for a grandfather, or a hero, or a king. He was named for a career. He was named the way you'd name a firm. And here is the ache of the whole life we're about to walk, folded right there into the christening. Arthur Schopenhauer would spend the rest of his years trying to become something no one had planned for him, something no one asked for, something the world for a very long time would not even bother to look at. And it would cost him, well, nearly everything he had. We'll get there, but that's all far ahead. For now, he's a small boy in a great tall house on the Baltic, learning the shape of his own city. And the world is about to shift under his little feet for the very first time. Because Danzig's freedom didn't last. Freedom rarely does, when there's a kingdom next door that wants what you have. In 1793, when Arthur was 5 years old, the Kingdom of Prussia reached out and annexed the free city. Swallowed it whole. The independence that Danzig had guarded for centuries, gone in the stroke of a treaty into the pocket of a king. And Heinrich, proud freedom-loving Heinrich, would not live under a conqueror. He would not raise his son as the subject of a monarch he despised. So he did a remarkable thing, a thing that tells you everything about the man. He picked up the whole household, his wife, his little boy, his fortune, his firm, his name, and he left. He gave up his home city, the place his family had prospered for generations, and he moved everything to Hamburg, another free Hanseatic city, one that had managed, so far, to keep its independence. He walked away from comfort rather than bend his neck to a crown. I find that worth pausing on this quiet night, because the father's first great lesson to his son wasn't a lecture. It wasn't a rule pinned to the wall or a proverb repeated at supper. It was lived. It was a whole city packed up and left behind. And what it said, without a single word, was this: Your freedom is worth more than your comfort. Even a 5-year-old, carried away from the only streets he has ever known, absorbs a lesson like that. Not in his head, in his bones. It settles somewhere deep, and it stays. And so Arthur grew up in Hamburg, a merchant's son, in a merchant's house, being shaped gently and relentlessly for a merchant's life. Everything around him bent him toward the counting house. He learned French and English, the useful languages, the languages of commerce and correspondence, not the Latin and Greek that the scholars pored over, the dead beautiful languages of the university men. He was being trained, you see, for the world of the living deal, not the world of the old book. And there's a whole fork in a life right there in which languages a boy is given. Give him the merchant's tongues, and you point him at ships and prices and the endless present. Give him the scholar's tongues, and you point him at Homer, at Plato, at everything old and deep and slow. Heinrich chose the ships. Of course he did. And for years it looked as though the choice would hold. Hamburg suited the plan. A great grey trading city, all quays and warehouses and church spires, money moving through it like blood through a body. A place that measured a man by what he made and shipped and banked. A boy growing up there breathes commerce the way a boy by a farm breathes hay. It's simply the air. And Arthur breathed it and learned its manners and could have become, I've no doubt, a perfectly capable merchant. Sharp enough, careful enough, his father's son. That's what makes it sad in a way. He wasn't unfit for the life. He was just meant for a different one. And he could feel it, even as a boy. The way you can feel a door in a wall you're not allowed to open. And when he was 9, his father did something that, looking back, breaks your heart a little for how well it worked. He sent the boy away to France. Off to Le Havre, on the Norman coast, to live for 2 whole years with the family of a business associate, a man named Grégoire de Blessimer, so that young Arthur might soak up the French language the way only a child can, by living inside it. And it worked. He came home fluent, easy, at home in the tongue. But that isn't the part that matters. The part that matters is this. Arthur later called those 2 years in France among the happiest of his entire childhood. 2 years away from Hamburg, away from the tall house and the ledgers, and the weight of the plan. A boy in a foreign town by the sea, with a friend his own age, the son of the household near his own years, running the harbour front, learning the taste of a language that would live in his mouth for the rest of his life. Briefly, just for a little while, he was allowed to be nothing more than a boy, not an heir, not an investment, not the next entry in the ledger. Just a child at the edge of the water, with the whole long trouble of his life still comfortably ahead of him. And here is the small cruelty hidden inside that happiness, the kind you only see looking backward. Those French years were sunny precisely because they were unplanned. A gap in the design, a stretch of time when, for once, no one was steering him toward the counting house. He was happiest exactly where the plan wasn't. And a boy who learns, that young and that deep in his bones, that his best days are the ones stolen out from under the future somebody chose for him, well, that boy is going to spend his whole life reaching for that feeling again, reaching for the days that are his own. It's one of those lessons a childhood teaches you quietly, without meaning to, and it never quite lets you go. Then he came home, and the plan was waiting for him, exactly where he'd left it. The counting house, the invoices, the life his father had chosen for him before he was born. He was clever. Anyone could see it. Too clever, maybe, for a life of shipping manifests. There was a hunger in the boy, a reaching towards something larger, though he could not yet have put a name to it. He didn't just want to trade across the world. He wanted to understand it, to know what the whole strange business of being alive actually was, underneath the buying and the selling, and his father knew it. That's what makes what comes next so quietly painful. Heinrich was no fool. He saw the hunger in his boy, saw the eyes drifting from the ledger to the window. And instead of forcing him, instead of bullying him into the trade, he did something far cleverer. He made him an offer. An offer that sounds, at first, like the most wonderful gift a father ever gave a son. It was a trap made of love. And Arthur, at 15, walked straight into it. Here was the offer. Heinrich sat his teenage son down. You can almost see it. The merchant father and the restless boy, the fire low, the terms laid out as neatly as any contract. And he gave him 2 roads to choose between. On the one road, Arthur could stay behind. He could buckle down, learn his Latin at last, prepare himself properly, and go to university. He could become a scholar, a professor, a man of books and lecture halls, of quiet libraries and long thoughts. It was, though his father would never quite say so, what the boy secretly wanted most in all the world. And Heinrich, being no fool, knew that too. Or, on the other road, the family was about to set out on a grand tour of Europe, 2 years, traveling in real style, the way only the very rich could travel then, through Holland and England and France, through Switzerland and Austria, seeing the great capitals of the continent, the cathedrals, the courts, the Alps rising white against the sky, the sea at a dozen different harbors, every wonder the old world had to offer, laid out for a boy of 15 like a banquet. There was only one condition, just one line of small print. If Arthur chose the journey, if he chose to go and see the whole shining world, then on his return, he would give up the scholar's dream. Forever. He would commit himself, fully and finally, to the merchant's trade, to the counting house, the ledgers, the firm. No more talk of university, no more books. The deal would be closed, and it would stay closed. Now think about what that is, to lay in front of a 15-year-old the entire glittering world in exchange for his own future. The trip of a lifetime, dangled, gleaming, right there within reach, with the quiet, terrible catch that taking it would cost him the one thing his soul most truly wanted, It's a cruel sort of kindness when you look at it plainly. Give the boy everything so that he'll willingly sign away the only thing that matters. And he was 15. Of course he chose the journey. Of course he did. What boy on this earth wouldn't? 2 years of Europe, of ships and mountains and foreign cities, set against a lifetime of Latin grammar and dusty declensions. To a 15-year-old, that's barely a choice at all. It's not even close. He said yes. He said yes the way any of us would have at 15, reaching for the shining thing in front of us and not quite believing it could ever really cost us anything. So off they went. The year is 1803. The Schopenhauers, touring the great capitals of Europe in fine style. The merchant and his wife and their clever boy. But here is where the story turns, and turns hard. Because that journey, the one meant to dazzle him, to buy his contentment with wonders, to fill him so full of the world's beauty that he'd forget he ever wanted anything else. It did the exact opposite. It backfired completely. It did not fill young Arthur with delight at how lovely the world could be. It showed him the world's suffering instead, and he never, ever got over it. It began small. Along the way, in England, his parents left him for a stretch at a boarding school near London, out in Wimbledon, run by a strict Anglican clergyman, a reverend by the name of Thomas Lancaster. His mother and father went on ahead, off to see more of Britain, and left the boy behind to polish his English among the sons of respectable Englishmen. It was only some 12 weeks. But Arthur, who had tasted real freedom as a child in France, absolutely hated it. He hated the rigid piety of the place, the forced prayers, morning and evening, the joyless discipline, the endless correcting, the cold grey English Sundays, the whole machinery of a religion that seemed to him designed to make a person small. He'd come from Le Havre, remember, from sun and sea and a boy's easy liberty. And now here he was, penned up in a damp English schoolroom, made to recite and pray and sit still, watched over by a clergyman who mistook obedience for virtue. He came away with what he later remembered as almost tortured memories of the place, and tellingly, with a lifelong distaste for that particular brand of stern, self-satisfied piety. Now, in the grand scheme of a whole life, 12 unhappy weeks at a boarding school is a small misery. Children survive far worse and forget it by supper. But this one planted something. A first small seed of a very particular conviction that the world, so praised, so gilded, so full of people telling you how blessed you were to be in it, was also a place that could quietly, respectably, with a prayer on its lips, grind a person down. He would not forget the feeling. He filed it away, the way a watchful child does, alongside all the other evidence he was quietly gathering about what the world was really like under its good manners. And then there was Toulon. In the spring of 1804, the 8th of April, if you want the exact day, and I think for this you do, the family came to the great naval port of Toulon in the warm south of France. And there at the harbour, 16-year-old Arthur saw something that he would carry, unhealed, for the rest of his long life. The galley slaves, the bagne of Toulon, the naval prison. Thousands of convicts condemned to hard labour, chained to their benches under the southern sun. Men bound to the oar, to the stone, to the bench, to a life of forced misery from which... And here is the detail that drove itself into the boy's mind like a nail and never came out, from which nothing on this earth but death would ever set them free. No pardon, no appeal, no end but the grave. You worked in your chains until you died in them. And I want you to really see it, because he did, and he never stopped seeing it. The heat of the southern port, the glare off the water, the stink of it, unwashed men and tar and the sea, the sound above all the sound, the endless small music of iron, chain against bench against stone, hundreds of men shifting in their fetters, a noise that never fully stopped because the chains never came off. Men burned dark by the sun, worn down to rope and bone, doing brutal labor under the eyes of guards and no expression on most of them at all. Because what is there to feel when you already know how it ends? Some of them had done real evil, surely. And some, no doubt, had done very little and been caught by the machinery of law and poverty and bad luck. It made no difference now. The chain didn't care what you'd done. It only held. He stood there, a boy of 16, well-dressed, well-fed, on the pleasant tour his father had bought him. And he looked at those chained men, and something in him understood, with a terrible and sudden clarity far too heavy for his years, that this bondage, this suffering with no door out of it, was not some rare horror tucked away at the edge of the world, a thing you glimpse once and leave behind. No, this was closer to the truth of things than all the cathedrals and palaces and mountain views they had been admiring for a year. This was the world with its fine clothes off. And the thought that came to him, the one his diary circled around afterward, was as simple as it was crushing. Is there any feeling more terrible than to be one of these men, chained to a bench you will die on, from which nothing but death will ever set you free? He couldn't shake it. He didn't want to, quite. It felt truer than everything comfortable he had been told. The world, he began to feel, was not a garden after all. It was closer to a prison, and most people simply hadn't looked hard enough to see the bars. Now, you have to understand what this means. Sitting where his father sat, this is a boy who was supposed to come home enchanted, grateful, filled up with beauty and ready at last to settle down and be a merchant, his wanderlust spent, his soul contented. And instead he came home haunted. He'd gone out looking at the bright face of the world, and he'd seen the suffering underneath the powder and the paint, and he could never again quite unsee it. Later thinkers would compare that whole grand tour to an old and beautiful legend, the story of the young Buddha, the sheltered prince raised behind palace walls to know only pleasure, who ventures out one day into the ordinary world and sees, for the very first time, sickness and old age and death, and who is never, ever the same again. Arthur's tour was his own quiet version of that ancient story. He went out to see the world's lovely face, and he came back having seen its wound. And I want you to hold on to this, because everything else grows from it. Every dark, deep, strange, and, believe me, strangely comforting thing this man would one day write. His whole philosophy. It has its first seed right here. Not in a library, not in a lecture hall. In a harbour, in the south of France, in the spring sun, in the sound of chains. He came home from that journey, and being an honest boy and a proud one, he kept his end of the bargain. He'd given his word. So he stepped into the counting house as promised. He became a merchant's apprentice, bent over the ledgers his father loved, and he did not. And he was miserable, quietly, deeply, daily miserable. But before we get to that misery, before we watch a brilliant young mind begin to wither over a column of figures, the world was about to take something from Arthur. Suddenly, without warning, a loss that would quietly reshape everything that followed. And before we go there, while we're here at the very beginning of his road, before the water and the grief, I'd love to know who you'd want to walk beside next. If there's a figure from history you've always wanted to understand, really understand, from the inside out. A thinker, a wanderer, a ruler, a rebel, someone whose name has stayed with you and you've never known quite why. Drop their name in the comments for me. I read them. I read everyone. Some of the lives we've told together on this channel started as exactly that. A single name left by someone kind on a quiet night like this one. Now, back to Hamburg and to the water. It was April 1805. Arthur was 17. His father, Heinrich, the proud merchant, the lover of liberty, the man with the plan for everything, had not been well. Not in his body exactly, though his body was failing too. It was in his mind. In the last years of his life, a darkness had come down over Heinrich, slow and heavy as a fog off the sea, a deepening gloom, a weight he couldn't put down. What we today would recognize, without much trouble, as a severe depression. He had grown anxious, withdrawn. His hearing had begun to fail him, and that's a crueler thing than it sounds. For a man who had lived by talk, by the deals struck across a table, by the easy company of the merchant's world, to feel that world slowly going silent on him. The voices growing faint. The jokes he could no longer quite catch. Little by little, deafness sealed him off inside himself. Alone in a quieting room, even when the room was full. And there may have been more pressing on him than we'll ever fully know, a business that no longer ran as smoothly as it once had. The ordinary terrors of age arriving early. And under it all, perhaps, the simple, slow exhaustion of a proud man who had built his whole self on strength and freedom, feeling both of them leaking away. The bright, restless, freedom-loving man was going quiet and dark and far away, and those around him watched it happen and could not reach him. That's the particular helplessness of it. You can love a person with your whole heart and still not be able to follow them down into a darkness like that. You stand at the edge of it and you call, and they don't turn around. And one day in April, he was found dead. He had fallen from an upper floor of the family's warehouse, the granary by the canal, where the grain was stored and the business breathed, down into the cold water that ran alongside it. Whether he slipped or whether he stepped, no one could ever say for certain. There was no one there to see, but those who knew him best, who had watched the fog come down over him month by month, drew their own quiet conclusion, and it has been the conclusion of most who've told his story since. It was almost certainly by his own hand, a man drowning, in more ways than one, who finally went under. There were no last words. That's the thing I keep returning to. On a night like this, no deathbed scene, no gathered family, no final message pressed into his son's hand, no wisdom, no blessing, no farewell. A death like his father's leaves no door open for goodbye. It simply closes all at once, and everything you might have said stays unsaid forever. Just the warehouse and the water and the silence afterward. And a 17-year-old boy, suddenly and completely fatherless. And think for a moment about what that particular silence does to a person. Grief is hard enough when it comes with a farewell. When there's a hand to hold at the end, a last look, some small human punctuation mark to close the sentence. But this was grief with no ending given, no explanation offered, a wound with no clean edges. Did he slip? Did he choose it? Could anyone have stopped it? Could a son have said something, done something, been something that might have kept his father in the world one more day? Those are questions with no answers, and a boy of 17 doesn't get to lay them down. He carries them. He carries them into every year that follows. I want to sit here a moment with you, because there's no rushing past a thing like this. It deserves the pause. Arthur loved his father. That's the part people forget later on, when they meet the older Schopenhauer, the famous Grump, the great pessimist, the scowling man who seemed to hold the whole human race in contempt. They imagine he must have come from coldness, that a heart like that must have been starved from the start. But no, underneath all of that armor was a boy who had loved and admired his father deeply, genuinely, without reserve, and who lost him to the water at 17 in the worst possible way, with no goodbye at all. You don't get over a thing like that. You carry it. You build the rest of your life on top of it, and it's always there, in the foundations, in the dark. And it left a mark that never faded. All his life, Arthur would honor his father's memory. Fiercely, almost tenderly. He blamed his mother, rightly or wrongly, for not doing more to ease Heinrich's final loneliness, for laughing and entertaining while her husband sank. It was a wound between mother and son that we'll come back to, because it festered for decades and never truly healed. But his father he revered, kept his portrait, kept his gratitude, and years later, when he finally published the great work of his life, he would pour out his thanks to this man, because it was Heinrich's fortune, Heinrich's hard, careful, lifelong labor over exactly those ledgers, that would one day buy Arthur the single thing he needed most on this earth: the freedom to think. The freedom to sit and work and wonder for a lifetime, without ever once having to earn his bread. Do you feel the ache of that? Sit in it with me for a second. The father caged him, chose the merchant's life for him before he could speak, bound him to the counting house with a bargain no boy should be asked to make. And the very same father, through his death and through his money, would one day set him completely free. The cage and the key, the same hands. The man who took his freedom and the man who gave it back. The same man, the same love, running both ways at once. Life does that sometimes. It hands you the wound and the healing in a single package, and leaves you to sort out which is which. And Arthur knew it. That's what I find so moving about him, underneath all the later scowling. He knew exactly what his father had given him, and he never pretended otherwise. When at last he published his great work, the one we're building toward, the one nobody would read, he set at the front of it a heartfelt tribute to Heinrich. He thanked him. Openly, without irony, this man who mocked nearly everyone. He wrote, in effect, that everything he had been able to do, every quiet hour he'd been able to spend thinking freely, unbought and unhurried, he owed to his father's hard-earned fortune. The merchant's careful money bought the philosopher's careless freedom. Every page Arthur ever wrote in peace was, in a sense, paid for by the man in the granary. He understood that debt, and he honored it all his life, whatever else Arthur Schopenhauer failed at. And he failed at a great deal, as we'll see honestly. He did not fail his father's memory. But not yet. Because in 1805, none of that comfort had arrived. In 1805, Arthur was simply a boy who had given his word to a man he loved. And now, that man was dead. And so, grieving, dutiful, 17 years old and hollowed out, he did the thing he had promised to do. He honored the bargain his father had made with him. The one signed in exchange for a tour of Europe 2 years before. He stayed in the merchant's trade. He reported to the counting house, day after grey day. And he genuinely tried to become the man his father had planned for him to be. It was slow torture. There's no gentler way to say it. Picture the scene, because it's a small tragedy played out morning after morning, month after month, for the better part of 2 years. A clerk's stool, a high desk, the grey Hamburg light coming through the window. The other apprentices bent over their work, content enough or resigned enough, doing exactly what they were meant to do. And Arthur among them, going through the motions, copying, filing, adding sums, with a book hidden among the business papers. Some volume of philosophy or poetry, some smuggled doorway into the life he actually longed for. And he'd steal glances at it when no one was looking, heart quickening at a line, then covering it quickly with a ledger when a step came near. His real self lived there, in secret, in the margins, in the stolen minutes between columns of figures that meant absolutely nothing to him. Think of the waste of it, a mind built to wrestle with the very deepest questions there are. What is this world? Why do we suffer? What lies underneath the whole strange show of things? And that mind was spending its best young years copying out invoices for coffee and grain and tallow. A caged bird, you might say, singing only to itself, going a little quietly mad behind the bars. And here is the truly cruel part. the part that turns the screw. He was too honourable to fly. That was the lock, not the merchant's trade itself. He could have walked out the door. The lock was his own good faith. He'd given his word. His father had died believing he'd keep it. And how, tell me, do you break a promise to a man who can no longer release you from it? Every day, the promise held him. And every day, I think, a little of the loyal, grieving boy and a little of the caged, hungry mind pulled harder against each other, and neither would let go. He might have stayed there forever, truly. This is worth saying plainly, because it's easy from a distance to imagine he was always destined to escape, that a mind that large was bound to break free. But it wasn't bound to anything. History is full of large minds that never got out, clerks and shopkeepers and tired men who had exactly one book in them and died with it unwritten, ground down by duty and the daily need to eat. Arthur could very easily have been one of them. A gloomy, clever Hamburg merchant, a bit odd, a bit sharp-tongued, who read strange books in the evenings and was never quite happy and never knew why. Grief and duty are the two most powerful jailers there are, far stronger than any lock, and Arthur was held fast by both. He'd given his word to a dead man he loved. There's no key on earth that opens that door from the inside. He couldn't break the bargain himself. He wouldn't. So it took someone else to break it for him. And it would be, of all the people in the whole world, the last one you might guess, the one who would later cause him so much sorrow, his mother. Arthur's mother was a woman named Johanna Schopenhauer, and I have to tell you right at the start that she is so much more than a footnote in her son's story. She is remarkable in her own right, genuinely, historically remarkable, and in the fullness of time, she will become one of the great and lasting sorrows of his life. The two of them will wound each other in ways that never quite close. But in this chapter, at least on this one occasion, she does her son the single greatest kindness anyone ever did him. So let's give her that, freely before the harder chapters come. When Heinrich died, Johanna did not do what a widow of her time was expected to do. She did not settle into black and mourn in a shuttered house for the rest of her days. She was still young, considerably younger than Heinrich had been, and she was charming, sociable, quick, warm, and hungry for a fuller life than Hamburg had ever given her. So once the estate was settled and the Hamburg business sold, she gathered up young Arthur's little sister Adele, and she moved. Away from the grey Baltic trade, away from the counting houses, to Weimar. And Weimar, in those years, was not just any town. This is the thing to understand. Weimar was the beating heart of German culture. It was the city of Goethe himself, Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the greatest living writer in the German language, the towering literary sun around which the whole cultured world of the German states arranged itself. It was where the poets gathered, and the philosophers, and the playwrights, and painters and scholars. And Johanna, with her wit, her warmth, her ease with people, walked into that dazzling little world and did something extraordinary. She made herself its hostess. She opened a salon, a twice-weekly gathering in her drawing room, tea and conversation, where the finest minds in Germany came to talk and argue and shine, and they came. That's the astonishing part. Goethe himself became a regular guest at Johanna Schopenhauer's table, the great man, drinking her tea, warming himself at her fire, trading his thoughts across her drawing room to host Goethe twice a week in your own front room as an ordinary matter of course. That is no small thing. That is a woman of real gifts. And then she did something more extraordinary still. Something almost unheard of for a woman of her time and place. She began to write. Not in secret, not for the drawer. She wrote novels, travel books, essays, and she published them. And she became genuinely, popularly successful at it. She was one of the first German women to publish under her own name, without hiding behind a man's name or a pseudonym, without apology, widely read, widely bought, bringing in real money from her own pen on her own terms. Now, hold on to that fact and hold it gently, because it is going to come back and it is going to hurt. The mother was a best-selling author. The son, well, we'll get to the son. Keep it in your pocket for now. But here, in this moment, Johanna did the kind thing. She looked across the distance at her boy, stuck in Hamburg, wilting over his hated ledgers, grieving his father trapped by a promise to a dead man that was slowly strangling the best part of him. And she made a decision. She released him. In 1807 she told him, in so many words, that he did not have to keep the bargain. He could leave the counting house. He could put down the invoices for good and go, at last, and become the scholar he had always, secretly, achingly wanted to be. Imagine the door swinging open, after all that time in the dark. Imagine the light. Arthur was around 19 when he finally walked away from commerce for good. And what followed was a kind of frantic, joyful, desperate catching up, because he was years behind and he knew it. All those other boys who'd taken the scholar's road had been drilling in Latin and Greek since they were small children. Arthur had been learning shipping routes and exchange rates, so he crammed. He threw himself at the classics with the appetite of a starving man let loose at a feast, mastering in a few furious years what others had taken a decade to absorb. There's a hunger in a late start that a head start can never match. Now, the road from the counting house to real philosophy ran through a few stops, and I could list them all for you, but most of them were just motion. A young man in a hurry, moving through towns and teachers on his way to himself. He spent a little while at a school in Gotha, until he wrote a mocking poem about one of the teachers and got himself promptly shown the door. Even young, you see, even then, Arthur had a real gift for making enemies. It's almost funny. It will stop being funny later. But for now, let's allow ourselves the smile. Then on to Weimar, where a brilliant young classical scholar tutored him privately, and Arthur drank down the ancient languages like a man drinking water after a long walk. And then, at last, to the university. And here is where the real turning point comes. So let me slow all the way down and give it to you properly, because I promise you, everything that follows depends on this one quiet moment. He enrolled at the University of Göttingen in 1809, and he started, of all things, in medicine. Isn't that something? The great philosopher of the will began as a student of the body, drawn to the sciences, to the hard, clean facts of the physical world, to bones and nerves and the machinery of living things. But philosophy kept pulling at his sleeve. It wouldn't let him alone. And at Göttingen there was a professor, a sharp, skeptical philosopher named Gottlob Ernst Schulze, who gave young Arthur a single piece of advice. One sentence, really, and it would shape the entire rest of his life. Schulze told him, "Before you read anyone else, before you go chasing after the fashionable, famous philosophers of the day, the ones everyone is talking about, study these two men. First, above all, Plato and Kant. Plato and Kant. That was it. That was the whole key, handed across a desk to a hungry young man who didn't yet know what he was being given. And Arthur took it, and he never once let go. Think of what those two thinkers gave him. Plato, with his ancient luminous vision of a truer reality, lying behind the shifting shadows of this one. The idea that the world we bustle through, the world of things that come and go, is not the real world at all, but a kind of flickering shadow play on a cave wall, and that the true and eternal things stand somewhere behind it, casting the shadows. And Kant, the great, careful, world-changing Kant, who had shown with tremendous rigor that the world we see is not the world as it truly is in itself, that our very minds shape and filter and color everything we experience, that space and time and cause and effect are, in a sense, the lenses we're born wearing and can never take off, so that reality as it actually is, underneath, stays forever hidden behind a veil we cannot lift. We see the show, we never see backstage. Plato and Kant, the shadow and the veil, those two ideas became the twin pillars, the two great columns on which Arthur would raise the whole cathedral of his own philosophy. Everything he would one day build, every dark and daring thought, grows straight up out of that one professor's quiet advice to a restless boy. Start here. Start with Plato and Kant, and then go further than either of them dared. Isn't it a strange and wonderful thing, how a whole life can turn on a single sentence, from the right person at the right moment? Schulze will never be famous. He is a small footnote now, a name most people have never heard. He wrote his own books, and they gathered their own dust. But he had this one gift to give, the gift of pointing a hungry young man at exactly the two doors he most needed to walk through. And he gave it, and it changed the course of philosophy. We so rarely know, when we say a thing to someone young, whether it will vanish or whether it will take root and remake them. Schulze said his sentence, and in a room in Göttingen, it took root. Arthur would spend years after that wrestling with Kant, arguing with him, revering him, correcting him, loving him the way you can only love a teacher great enough to be worth disagreeing with. The veil that Kant said we could never lift. Arthur would come to believe he'd found one small gap in it. One place where you could, for a moment, see through. But that's the masterwork, and we're not there yet. For now, just the 2 keys pressed into a young man's hand. From Göttingen, the road moves quickly again. In 1811, he went on to the brand new University of Berlin to sit at the feet of the famous men, to hear the great Fichte above all, one of the towering philosophical stars of the age, a name to make young students' hearts race. And here we get our very first real taste of Arthur's particular, let's call it, charm. He travelled all that way to worship at the altar of greatness, and he came away thinking the great men were mostly frauds. He filled the margins of his notebooks with scorn, sharp, contemptuous little notes crowding the pages. Fichte's grand, cloudy, thundering pronouncements struck him as pompous nonsense dressed up in impressive robes of language. The emperor, young Arthur decided coolly from the back of the lecture hall, had no clothes. You'll notice a pattern beginning to form here, and it's worth marking, because it will run through his whole life. The world holds up its idols. It points and says, look, greatness, bow down. And Arthur squints at them and folds his arms and says, no, I don't think so. It made him magnificent, that refusal. It also made him almost impossible to be around. Both of those things are true at once, and we are going to watch both of them play out, again and again, all the way to the end. His time in Berlin was cut short by history itself. In 1813, the great wars against Napoleon came crashing back toward the city. Patriotic fever gripped everyone. Young men were rushing to enlist, drums and flags, and the whole roaring machinery of a nation at war. And Arthur, who felt no stirring of nationalism whatsoever, not a flicker, who wanted no part of anyone's war, anyone's flag, did exactly what Arthur always did. He left. He withdrew to a quiet little town, took a modest room at an inn, and shut the door firmly on the whole shouting world. And there, alone, with the distant drums of a war he despised sounding somewhere far beyond the trees, he sat down at a small table. And he began to write. The town was called Rudolstadt, a small, green, quiet place tucked among the wooded hills of Thuringia, well off the roads the armies were marching down. And that was exactly why he chose it. Picture the room. An inn, a rented table, a window looking out on trees and hills. Somewhere out past those hills, a continent is tearing itself apart. Napoleon and the coalitions, the cannon and the columns, the great bloody business of 1813. And here, in this little room, a young man of 25 has turned his back on all of it. Not out of cowardice, mind you. Out of a kind of ferocious focus. He had decided that the noise of the world's wars was less important to him, for now, than the quiet work in front of him. And so, he let the drums fade to a rumor beyond the trees, and he bent to his page. What he wrote there was his doctoral dissertation, and it carried a title that I'll say slowly and then translate for you, because it sounds forbidding, and it needn't be. On the fourfold root of the principle of sufficient reason. There. Don't let it frighten you off. It's a grand name for a very deep and very simple-hearted question. maybe the deepest simple question there is. Here's the heart of it. The principle of sufficient reason is just a fancy philosopher's way of naming something you already know in your bones. It's the conviction, the one we all live by, every hour, without ever saying it out loud, that nothing simply is, for no reason at all. That everything that happens has a why. That the world hangs together, that it makes sense, that there's always a reason behind the thing. And what young Arthur did, in that quiet room, was take that single enormous conviction and turn it slowly in the light, like a jeweler turning a stone. And he found that this why we lean on isn't one thing at all. It comes, he argued, in 4 different kinds. 4 different roots feeding one great tree. I won't drag you through all 4 tonight. This is a bedtime, not a seminar, and I'd not do that to you. But feel the shape of it. There's the why of things happening. This event, because of that one before it. Cause and effect, the falling of one domino against the next. There's the why of reasons and logic. This conclusion, because of those premises, the way an argument holds together. There's the why of numbers and space. This follows from that, in the cold, clean necessity of mathematics. And there's the why of our own actions. I did this because I wanted that. 4 kinds of reason. 4 roots. One deep human need to understand why anything is the way it is. It's dry on the surface, I know. Forgive me the little climb, the view's worth it. Because underneath the dry title, it's the work of a young man mapping the whole machinery of understanding itself, asking not just what we know, but how knowing even works. What the mind is actually doing when it reaches out and grasps the world. It's a young man taking apart the clock of human reason, gear by gear, to see how the thing keeps time. And that's a bolder project than it sounds. Most of us go our whole lives leaning on our own understanding without ever once turning around to ask what it is, or where it ends, or how it could possibly fool us. Arthur, at 25, turned around and asked. And what he found there, this 4-fold structure of the why, these different kinds of necessity, was the ground floor. The bedrock. The thing everything else would stand on. And he was so certain of its importance that years later he would tell anyone approaching his great masterwork that they had to read this little dissertation first. No skipping ahead. It was the porch, he said, in effect. You cross the porch before you enter the house. You don't try the front door until you've walked the path that leads to it. Now, there's a certain magnificent stubbornness in that, isn't there? Telling the whole world the order in which it must read you before the whole world has read a single word. It's the voice of a man utterly sure he has built something that will last and that people will one day be lining up to enter properly. He was right about the building. He was just spectacularly, heartbreakingly wrong about the line at the door. But we'll get there. Tonight, let him have his certainty. He earned it in that little room with the war beyond the trees. He submitted it to the University of Jena, and they awarded him his doctorate in absentia. without his even being there. And just like that, the caged merchant's son, the boy named for a career, the apprentice who'd hidden poetry among the invoices, became Dr. Schopenhauer. On his own terms. By his own hand. A thing his father had never planned and never lived to see. And here's where a little warmth comes into the story, a rare, golden season, and I want us to enjoy it, because there aren't many like it ahead. He carried his new dissertation back to Weimar late in 1813. And through his mother's famous salon, a copy of it found its way into the hands of the most famous man in all of Germany. Goethe read it, and Goethe was impressed. Now, understand what that means. This was Goethe, the literary son, the giant, a man the whole cultured world revered. And he sought the young philosopher out, went looking for him, wanted to talk. And through that winter of 1813 into 1814, the towering old poet and the sharp young doctor spent real time together, bent over a subject dear to Goethe's heart, the theory of color. Goethe had his own passionate ideas about how color works, ideas set stubbornly against the great Isaac Newton, against the notion that white light simply splits into a fixed spectrum. Goethe thought there was more to it, something living, something to do with light and darkness and the eye. And he drew the young man in, lent him apparatus, showed him experiments with prisms, with afterimages, with the strange colored edges you see at the boundary of light and shadow. Two minds, one old and one young, chasing the secret of color together through a Weimar winter. Imagine it, for a young man not long out of a counting house. The most famous person in your country seeking your company, sitting with you, taking your mind seriously. It must have felt, for a season, as though the whole world was finally swinging open to receive him. As though everything the boy at the ledger had dreamed was, at last, coming true. But there was already a crack in it. Even here. Even in this golden season. Because when Arthur went off and worked out his own thinking on color, which he published a couple of years later as a little book called On Vision and Colors, he didn't simply carry Goethe's torch. He went his own way. He argued that color was something that happens, in large part, inside us, a matter of what the eye and the nerve do, a function of the retina, not just a property sitting out there in the object. He turned color inward, made it partly ours. And that quiet, stubborn independence, that insistence on his own view, his own vision, even against the giant who had welcomed him, it began, ever so gently, to cool the warmth between them. Goethe drew back, the way an older man does when a younger one, however brilliant, keeps insisting he has seen a little further than the master. And you can read that two ways, honestly, and people have argued it ever since. Was it arrogance? The pride of a young man who couldn't simply be grateful, couldn't stand in another's shadow even for a moment? Or was it vision, the mark of a real original, who could not pretend to see the world through another man's eyes, not even out of politeness, not even for Goethe? Maybe it was both. Maybe, with him, it was always both. That was Arthur. the gift and the difficulty wrapped so tightly together you could never quite pull them apart. But one more thing happened in Weimar in those days, quieter than the Goethe business, drawing no attention at all at the time, and yet it may have mattered more than any of it. Through his mother's circle, Arthur met an Orientalist, a scholar named Friedrich Marger, a man steeped in the ancient wisdom of the East. And Marger put into the young philosopher's hands a book unlike anything in his Plato or his Kant, the Upanishads. The old sacred writings of India, come to Europe by a long and winding road, speaking of the deep unity beneath all the world's separate things, of the self and the world as somehow, secretly, one. Arthur read them, and something in him answered. Here was a way of seeing that chimed, strangely, with his own Kant, the idea that the world of separate things, you and me, and that tree, and this table, all the multiplicity we move through, is a kind of veil or dream laid over a deeper unity, that underneath the many, there is secretly the one. Kant had said, the true reality hides behind a veil. The old Indian sages had a name for the veil, and a name for what lay behind it, and a whole serene wisdom about how to live once you'd glimpsed the truth. To a young man who had stood at Toulon and seen the world as a prison, this was water in a dry place. He would return to those pages, they say, nearly every night for the rest of his life, reading a little of that ancient Eastern wisdom before he slept, closing each day with it, as some people close the day with prayer. It was the first seed of a whole current of thought that would run, deep and constant, underneath everything he ever wrote. A Western mind, raised on Plato and Kant, quietly falling in love with the wisdom of the East, and this, in an age when almost no one in Europe took that wisdom seriously at all, when most learned men would have waved it away as the superstition of far-off peoples. Once again, you see, he was simply standing where the world would only arrive much later, ahead of his time. It was becoming the theme of his whole life, though he couldn't have known it yet. So there he was, at the close of it all, a young doctor of philosophy, courted by Goethe, drinking from the wells of ancient India, welcomed, at last, into the world he'd hungered for from behind the bars of the counting house. Surely now, the world would receive him. Surely a young man so gifted, so noticed, so full of his own hard-won vision, was about to be carried up into the light. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But that same certainty, that stubborn, magnificent, immovable certainty that Goethe had both admired and flinched from, it was about to cost him. First, it would cost him Goethe. And then, before long, it would cost him nearly everyone. Starting, painfully, close to home. Starting with his own mother, in the very same town, under the very same winter sky. Here is a strange and sad little picture for you. Mother and son, both living in Weimar, both moving through the same brilliant world of poets and thinkers, both, in their different ways, gifted, sharp, remarkable people, living, for a time, practically under one roof and utterly unable to live under it, in peace. because Johanna and Arthur, for all they had in common, were made of opposite weather. She was sunshine, mostly. Sociable, charming, quick to laugh, at ease in a crowded room, generous with the world, and beloved by it. Her whole genius was for company, for warmth, for the glittering surface of things done well, the good evening, the full drawing room, the conversation that sparkled and left everyone lighter than it found them. She had suffered too, mind you. She'd buried a difficult husband and reinvented herself from nothing in a strange city in her middle years. But her answer to suffering was to turn toward the light, toward people, toward pleasure, toward the next warm gathering. She had decided, you might say, to be happy. It was almost a discipline with her. And Arthur was not that. Arthur was cloud and deep water, serious to the point of severity, censorious, gloomy in a way he considered simply honest. He thought he was seeing the truth of a hard world clearly, while everyone around him merely played at being happy and called it wisdom. He could be biting, cutting, imperious, his mother called him, and she wasn't wrong. He had a way of sitting in a lively room, like a judge at the back of it, arms folded, weighing everyone and finding them wanting. And here's the thing you have to hold to understand the whole sad collision of them. Neither of them was simply the villain. Her sunshine could be shallow, could look away from what shouldn't be looked away from. His depth could be cruel, could poison a happy evening just by walking into it. She was too much surface. He was too much weight. Put them in one house, and each became, to the other, an accusation. Her happiness accused his gloom. His gloom accused her happiness. And neither could forgive the other for being what they were. You can hear the friction even in her letters to him, and some of them survive, so we needn't guess. Years before, when he was younger, she'd written to him with real tenderness and real exasperation, both at once, telling him, in so many words, that he was not without intellect, not without education, that few hearts were better than his, but that he was, nevertheless, irritating and unbearable to be around, and hard, so hard, to actually live with. And in another letter, she put the whole tragedy of them into one aching line. She wrote that it was necessary for her happiness to know that he was happy, but not, she said, to be a witness to it. To love the sun from a little distance. To need him well, but need him elsewhere. There's a whole doomed relationship in that single sentence, if you sit with it. Two people who loved each other, in their fashion, and could not be in the same room without grief. And then there was the money. And the fame. Because remember what I asked you to keep in your pocket. The mother was a best-selling author. Through these very years, Johanna's reputation was rising and rising. Her novels were read, her name was known, her books were bought across the German states, while her son's great thoughts were still only thoughts, unpublished, unknown, carried around inside his own difficult head. And that galled him. I won't pretend it didn't. There is a particular sting in watching your own mother celebrated by the world that hasn't yet noticed you exist, and Arthur, who was never good at hiding a wound, did not hide this one. You can even smile a little at the shape their rivalry took, in a rueful sort of way. Because each of them, it's said, was privately quite sure that the other's books would be the ones forgotten. She, the practical, successful bestseller, doubted that anyone would ever trouble themselves to read her son's dense and gloomy philosophy, all that grim talk. Who wants it? And he, the certain young genius, was serenely, magnificently confident that his work would still be read and pondered long after her pleasant, popular novels had crumbled to dust and no one alive remembered her name at all. Both of them so completely sure, each betting, in effect, on their own immortality and the other's oblivion, across the breakfast table between mother and son. And here's the little irony that history hands us, so gently it's almost a kindness. In the cold, long run, the son was right about whose name would last. His books did outlive hers, it's his face on the postcards now. But, and this is the twist, the certain young man could never have borne to hear, she was right about her own lifetime, and his. Because, for as long as either of them drew breath, it was Johanna who was read, and Arthur who was not. Her turn came, and she lived it, and enjoyed it. His turn came too. Just not for a very, very long time. Not for 30 years. Not in any full measure, until both of them were in the ground. They were both talking about books the world would one day argue over. Neither of them lived to see the argument reach him. The final break came in 1814. And it's worth telling honestly, because this is one of those places where the legend has grown up thick and wrong over the real thing, and I'd rather give you the truth, which is sadder and quieter and far more human than the myth. The tensions had been building all that winter. There was a man in Johanna's household, a younger writer, a companion and lodger, a fellow named Georg von Gerstenberg, and Arthur could not stand him. Judged him talentless, pretentious, full of exactly the kind of easy nationalism Arthur despised. He resented the man's place in his mother's home, and, one suspects, resented sharing his mother's attention with him at all. Johanna insisted the friendship was innocent and grew weary. You can hardly blame her of her grown son's judgments raining down on her own household, her own choices, her own hard-won happiness. And underneath all of it ran the deepest and most unforgivable current, the old, unhealed charge about Heinrich. Arthur, in his grief, could never quite stop blaming his mother for his father's lonely decline, for laughing and hosting and living, while Heinrich sank into his darkness. It was there in the room, even when no one said it. And, at last, in 1814, it was said. And that was the end. Now, here is where I have to correct the story that gets passed around, because it matters, and because the truth is the point. You will sometimes hear it told that after this, mother and son never spoke again for the rest of their lives. 24 years of total stony silence. And sometimes the tale gets dressed up even more violently than that. But that isn't what happened. The truth is gentler and, in its way, more heartbreaking. they never met again. That much is true, and it's a hard, cold fact. From that day in 1814 until Johanna died in 1838, some 24 years later, they never once stood in the same room. A mother and her only son in the same country for a quarter of a century and never face to face again. But they were not silent. Letters passed between them. The correspondence would run, then falter, then chill into nothing. There came a point where he broke it off entirely over a bitter dispute about the family money, and then, years on, near the end, it softened and resumed again. Words crossed the distance between them, right up toward the close of her life. It wasn't a wall of silence. It was something more ordinary and more common than that, the kind of thing that happens in families more than we ever admit. Two people who could not be together and could not quite let each other go, keeping a thin thread strung across the years, tugging it and dropping it and picking it up again. No dramatic scene. No violence on a staircase. Whatever you may have heard, that's a later invention, stitched onto the wrong person and the wrong year, and we'll leave it where it belongs, which is nowhere. Just this: two proud, gifted, wounded people who each needed something the other simply could not give. She needed a son who would let her be happy. He needed a mother who would take his seriousness and his sorrow as seriously as he did. Neither one could manage it. And so they lived apart, and wrote across the gap, and mourned each other a little the whole time, I think, without ever saying so. There's a particular grief in a falling out like theirs, and I want to name it before we move on, because I suspect some of you know it from the inside. It isn't the clean grief of death. It's the other kind, the living loss, the person who is still out there in the world, still breathing, still only a letter or a carriage ride away, and yet utterly beyond reach. A mother alive in the same country as her son for 24 years, and never in the same room. Both of them, I have to believe, feeling the empty chair at every holiday. Neither of them able to be the first to truly cross the distance. That's a heavier thing than a slammed door, in the end. A slammed door you can reopen. This they never quite could. Only that thin thread of letters tugged and dropped across the years. And he would not stay in Weimar after that. How could he? The town was too small to hold both of them and all that unfinished grief. So he gathered his books and his certainty and his hard, bright, lonely mind, and he moved away, south, to the city of Dresden, to rooms of his own, to a quiet he had chosen this time rather than one that had been forced on him. And there, cut loose from his mother, cut cooler from Goethe, no longer waiting for the world to gather him up, there, alone, he did the thing he had been moving toward his entire life. He sat down to pour everything he had, everything he'd seen and suffered and thought since that day at the harbor in Toulon, into a single book. One book. The one book he would ever truly need to write. He was certain, utterly, unshakably certain, that it was going to change everything. Dresden. A handsome old city on the Elbe, full of art and river light, the great picture galleries, the domes, the bridges, the soft southern German air. Arthur took rooms there in 1814 and settled in, and for the next 4 years he did essentially one thing. He wrote a book. Not many books. Not article after article, not this project and then that one, the way most scholars fill a career. One book. He gathered up everything he had seen since that harbor at Toulon, everything Kant had taught him and everything he thought Kant had missed, everything Plato had shown him and everything the old Indian sages had whispered. All his grief and all his reading and all his fierce, lonely certainty, and he poured the whole of it into a single vessel. He was building, he believed, the one thing worth building. A complete account of the world. The whole of it, seen to the bottom. And he was alone while he did it, and he wanted to be. This is important to understand about him. The solitude was not a punishment he suffered, but a condition he chose and needed. He had cut himself loose from his mother in Weimar, cooled from Goethe, put the lecture halls and the famous men behind him. He had a small private income from his father's fortune, enough to live on modestly, and he asked nothing more of the world than to be left alone with his work. No wife. No children. No colleagues really, no circle. Just the rooms, the river, the books, the desk, and the great structure rising in his mind. Most of us would find that loneliness unbearable. He found it the only air he could breathe. And you cannot understand the 30 years that followed, the enduring, the not breaking, unless you understand that solitude was not something done to Arthur Schopenhauer. It was where he lived. It was home. And I do mean the bottom. Because here is the vision that took hold of him in those Dresden years, and I'll give it to you the way it lived in him, warmly, not as a diagram. Kant had said that behind the world we see, the world of things in space and time, the world our minds shape and filter, there lies a true reality we can never reach. The thing in itself, he called it, the veil we cannot lift. And Arthur, sitting at his desk on the Elbe, believed he had found the one place where you could reach behind the veil. And it was closer than anyone had thought. It was inside you. Because you are not only a thing you observe from the outside, a body, an object among objects. You are also something you feel from the inside. You want. You reach. You crave. You fear. You strive. You push toward and shrink away. And that blind, ceaseless striving you feel in your own gut, that, Arthur decided, was the thing in itself, felt directly, at last. He called it the will. A vast, blind, hungry striving, underneath everything, driving the whole show, driving the tiger to hunt, and the root to split the rock, and the human heart to want and never rest. The world, he concluded, is will. And everything we see, all the beautiful and terrible pageant of it, is only that one restless striving made visible. Representation, he called that side of it. The world as will, and the world as representation. Two faces of one thing. The break. The title of his book, And here is where the vision turns dark, and also, strangely, where it turns tender, because Arthur did not stop at naming the disease. He believed that if the world is blind, striving, then to be alive is to be forever wanting, and to want is to suffer. You ache for the thing, you strain toward it, and either you fail to get it, which is pain, or you get it, and the wanting simply moves on to the next thing, which is emptiness. Satisfaction never lasts. The will never rests. That is the human condition, he thought, seen clearly. A pendulum swinging forever between pain and boredom, driven by a hunger that can never finally be fed. But, and this is the part people forget, when they call him a mere gloomy pessimist, he also believed there were doors out. Narrow ones. Rare ones. But real. There was art, above all music, which could lift you clean out of your own wanting for a while. You stand before a great painting, or lose yourself in a symphony, and for one still moment, you stop craving anything at all. You simply behold the hungry self gone quiet. There was compassion, the fellow feeling that dissolves the wall between you and another sufferer, the beginning of all real goodness. And there was, at the far end, a kind of renunciation, the quiet laying down of wanting itself, the peace the old saints and sages found by ceasing to grasp. So, it was not a philosophy of despair, whatever its reputation. It was a philosophy that looked the suffering full in the face, and then, having refused to lie about it, went looking, honestly, for the ways through. That is the whole of what he was building in Dresden. The disease and the medicine in one book. Now, and here I have to smile a little, because he'd have hated me for it, which makes it all the sweeter. You have to understand the sheer, magnificent, almost comical size of this man's confidence. He did not think he had written an interesting book. He did not think he'd made a promising contribution to the ongoing conversation of philosophy. No. Arthur Schopenhauer genuinely believed, in his bones, without a flicker of doubt, that he had solved it. The riddle of the world. The whole thing. That the puzzle every philosopher since the Greeks had been circling, what is all this, really? Underneath, he, a young man barely 30, alone in rooms in Dresden, had cracked it clean open. He believed the words he was writing were, quite simply, the truth about existence, delivered whole, and that once people read them, philosophy would essentially be finished. There would be a before Schopenhauer and an after. The way we speak of before and after, some great discovery. And you want to laugh at that, don't you? The nerve of it. The colossal, sky-high self-regard of the man. Solved the world, have you? Over breakfast? There's something almost endearing in how total it was. No false modesty, no hedging, no, of course I may be wrong. He was not wrong, he was sure, and he'd have looked at you with mild pity for imagining he might be. But here's the thing that stops the laugh in your throat, and it's the pivot the whole rest of his life turns on. He wasn't posturing. This wasn't a young man puffing himself up to seem important. He truly, quietly, completely believed it. And because he believed it that deeply, He was about to do something almost no one ever manages. He was about to hold to it. Not for a year, not while it was fashionable. For the rest of his life, through decades of the world, telling him, by its silence, that he was nobody at all. The certainty you're tempted to laugh at is the same certainty that let him endure the unendurable. You don't get the second without the first. There were quieter fuels for the work, too. He read his Upanishads in the evenings, those old Eastern pages that the Orientalist Friedrich Marja had first placed in his hands back in Weimar, and he found in them a strange confirmation, an ancient voice agreeing with his own, that the world of separate striving things is a kind of veil, and that behind it lies something deeper and one. He was, in a sense, writing a Western philosophy with an Eastern soul, decades before Europe was ready to hear such a thing. Another way, he was simply standing where the world had not yet arrived. He worked with tremendous discipline. This was not a tortured, blocked, agonizing composition. By his own account, the book almost came to him, as if he were taking dictation from something larger than himself, as if the whole structure already existed, whole and perfect, somewhere just behind his eyes, and he had only to write it down faithfully before it faded. He spoke of it later, almost the way a mystic speaks of a revelation, not something he cleverly constructed, but something that came through him, that he was the instrument of. Page after page, month after month, in those quiet Dresden rooms above the river, the vision assembling itself. He walked the picture galleries by day and let the great paintings feed the part of the book about art. He read his Kant and argued with him in the margins. He read his Plato and his Upanishads and felt them all pointing, from their different centuries and continents, at the one truth he was setting down. And, slowly, steadily, without panic and without doubt, the whole enormous thing took shape under his hand. He finished the manuscript in March of 1818. He was 30 years old. 30. Sit with that a moment. The truest, deepest, most complete thing this man would ever write, the work that would one day carry his name into the next century and beyond, was finished before he was 31. Most of us are barely getting started at 30, still figuring out what we're for. And Arthur had already said his whole say. He'd emptied himself into it completely. Everything he had on the page. Which raises a strange and rather lonely question, doesn't it? One I don't think he even paused to ask, in the flush of finishing. What does a man do with the rest of his life, when his life's work is already behind him at 30? When you've fired your one great shot, and you're certain it struck home, what then? He wasn't worried about that. Not for a second. Because in his mind, there was no long rest of his life to fill. There was only the short, happy wait for the world to catch up. To read what he'd written and recognize it for what it was and be changed. It was coming. It was merely a matter of a little time. Fame and gratitude were, to him, not hopes, but near certainties, sitting just over the horizon, as good as arrived. He sent the manuscript off to Leipzig, to a publisher. And then, light-hearted, unburdened, he packed his bags for a long celebratory holiday in Italy, to walk among the ruins and the great paintings and the warm southern light, to reward himself for the enormous thing he had done, while his masterpiece went out into the world without him and made his name ring through Germany. He truly believed the recognition would be waiting for him when he got back. His publisher had a different feeling about it. And his publisher, as it turned out, was right. The publisher was a man named Brockhaus in Leipzig, a serious house, a good house, and by no means a foolish one. And Arthur, being Arthur, had not made himself an easy author to deal with. Not at all. He was demanding, suspicious, quick to take offense. He fretted over every delay, imagined slights in every silence, and fired off letters with real venom in them when he felt the work was not being handled with the reverence it so obviously deserved. Put yourself in the publisher's chair for a moment. Here is an unknown young man, no reputation, no following, who has written a dense and difficult 2-volume treatise on the whole nature of reality, unquote, and who writes to you as though he were a king, inspecting a lazy servant. It would try anyone's patience. And Brockhaus's patience gave out. At one point, he wrote back to Arthur with some heat of his own, remarking, cuttingly, that his author's letters smacked more of the cab driver than of the philosopher. A good line, that. But then he closed with the line that history has never let go of, the one that hangs over this whole chapter like a shadow. He said he could only hope that his fear of printing nothing but waste paper with this book of yours would not come true. Waste paper. Makulatur in the German. The pulped, worthless stuff a printing turns into when nobody buys it, hauled off by weight, sold to wrap fish and parcel goods. The publisher, holding the manuscript that its author was certain would end philosophy forever, wrote to that author and said, in so many words, "I am afraid I am printing rubbish that no one will ever want." Now, you'd expect that to be the villain's line, wouldn't you? The small-minded merchant who couldn't see genius when it crossed his desk. But here's the ache of it, the terrible ache that hangs over this entire chapter of the man's life. Brockhaus was right. Not about the worth of the book, about its fate. He looked at the future more clearly than the genius did. The book came out, printed late in 1818, though the title page carried the next year, 1819. A modest printing, a few hundred copies, no more. Nobody prints thousands of a dense 2-volume metaphysics by an unknown young man. And it went out into the German-speaking world, this complete and final account of all reality, the riddle of existence solved between 2 covers. And nothing happened. That's the thing you have to feel, and it's harder to feel than a disaster. It wasn't attacked. It wasn't torn apart by furious reviewers, denounced from the lecterns, burned in the squares. That, at least, would have been attention. That would have meant somebody had read it and been moved to fight. No, what happened was worse than any attack. What happened was silence. The vast, soft, total silence of a world that simply does not look up. The book landed in the pond of German letters and made no ripple at all. No splash. No sound. The waters closed over it and lay flat, as if nothing had been dropped in them at all. You have to understand how peculiar and how cruel that particular fate is for a writer. To be argued with is a kind of honor. It means you exist, you registered, you struck something. To be praised is a joy, and to be condemned is a pain, but both of them are proof of life. Silence is the one response that says, you are not here. You did not happen. The great presses of the German states rolled on, printing the fashionable philosophers, the Hegels and the rest, and the reviews were written, and the salons argued their arguments, and, through all of it, the book that its author believed had ended philosophy forever might as well not have been written at all. No one troubled to disagree with him, because no one had read far enough to find anything to disagree with. He had shouted, with his whole soul, the deepest truth he knew, and the answer that came back was nothing. Not no. Just nothing. There was exactly one bright note, and it's a lovely one, so let's hold it for a moment before the dark closes back in. Goethe, the old giant of Weimar, the man who had cooled toward Arthur over their quarrel about color, who had drawn back from the difficult young protege, Goethe, received his copy, and by all accounts, he was delighted. Genuinely. Word came back, through Arthur's sister Adele, that the old poet had taken up the volumes with great joy, cut the pages open then and there with his own hand, and begun reading straight away, hungrily, unable to wait. Think what that must have meant to Arthur in the middle of all that silence. The one man in Germany whose opinion could have made a young philosopher's whole career, the literary son himself, had opened the book and could not put it down. He saw something. Whatever had cooled between them over prisms and colors, the old man knew a real mind when he met one on the page. So it wasn't that the book was invisible to every eye on earth. That's worth holding on to, because it complicates the easy tragedy. The single greatest reader in the country picked it up and smiled and read on into the night. But here is the hard arithmetic of it, and Arthur would learn it slowly and bitterly over the coming years. One great reader is not a public. One Goethe does not fill a warehouse of unsold books, or pay a printer, or make a name ring through the lecture halls. The applause of the one man who mattered most, and the silence of everyone else, he got both at once, and had to learn to live on the first, while the second closed over him. But one great reader is not a public. And the public did not come. Copies sat. And sat. The first edition of the masterwork, the whole of the world, explained, seen to the very bottom, would take the better part of 30 years to sell through its modest little run. 30 years. Sit with that number, because it's the number in the title of this whole story, the number the man's whole life turns on. Not 30 days, not 30 months. 30 years for a few hundred copies to trickle out into the world. And when, long after, the publisher came to reckon up the fate of the unsold stock, much of it had gone exactly where Brockhaus, in his exasperation, had feared it would. Sold off cheap, by weight, by the pound, as waste paper. Pulped. Carted away to be torn up and turned into wrapping, into packing, into the humble brown paper a grocer folds around a fish. The riddle of existence, solved between two covers by a man who was sure he'd ended philosophy, hauled off to wrap somebody's supper. The prophecy came true, almost word for word. The publisher had been the better prophet. And I want you to hold that image, because it is one of the most quietly devastating in the whole history of thought, and we are going to come back to what it means. A man pours the entire truth of his soul into a book, and the book becomes, quite literally, the paper you throw away. Not burned in outrage, that would be a kind of respect. Just quietly recycled into nothing because no one wanted the words on it. That is what happened to the deepest thing Arthur Schopenhauer ever made. That is the silence made physical, made into pulp you could hold in your hand. Imagine returning from your Italian holiday to that, to nothing, to the flat, silent water. Imagine being so certain, so completely, unshakably certain, that you had done the greatest thing a mind can do, and watching the world walk past it without so much as slowing down. It would break most people. It would send most of us back to the desk to soften it, to make it more palatable, to chase whatever the public actually wanted, to write the book that would sell instead of the book that was true. Most of us, told by the whole world that we are nobody, will eventually agree. He did not agree. And this is the quiet, iron thing at the center of Arthur Schopenhauer, the thing this whole long story is really about. So let me set it down here gently, and we'll come back to it, again and again, as it deepens. Faced with that silence, faced with every reason a human being could possibly have to doubt himself, he simply did not doubt himself. Free, he looked at his book, and he looked at the indifferent world, and he decided, with perfect calm, that the world was wrong and the book was right, and that he would not change it, and he would not take any of it back. Not to be liked, not to be read, not to be anything. He had seen what he had seen. And a man does not unsee the truth because the room has emptied. He would carry that refusal unbroken for the rest of his life. Decades of it. The same conviction, held in the same silence, never softened, never withdrawn. Years and years later, long after this first cold reception, when he came at last to send the book out into the world a second time, he would look back at everything he'd written as a young man, all of it, every hard word, and he'd find that he had nothing to take back. Not one line. Time had only confirmed him to himself. But that's a moment far down the road, and we'll come to it properly when it can land with its full weight. For now, just hold the shape of the man, told by the entire world, through the loudest silence imaginable, that he was nobody, and simply, quietly, declining to believe it. Where does that come from, I wonder? That kind of certainty. Most of us need a little confirmation from the outside to keep believing in what we've made, a kind word, a sign, some small proof that we haven't imagined the whole thing. Arthur needed none. He carried his proof inside him, sealed and complete, and the world's opinion could not touch it, because he had never really been asking the world's opinion in the first place. He had asked the truth. And the truth, he was sure, had answered. What could a silent Germany add to that, or take from it? But before the long silence could even settle into its shape, before he could begin the strange, patient work of enduring it for 30 years, the world reached out and came for the one thing that made his endurance possible in the first place. The one thing without which he'd have had to close the books and go find work and become an ordinary man after all. It came for his money. You'll remember where his freedom came from. His father's fortune, the merchant's careful lifetime of grain and ships and ledgers, all that labor Heinrich poured out over exactly the kind of accounts his son had hated. That money was the thing that let Arthur live as he did. And I want you to really feel how much hung on it, because it is the hidden foundation under this entire story, the thing that makes the 30 years of silence even possible. Think about it. Almost every writer, every thinker, every artist who has ever lived has had to answer, sooner or later, to the world, because the world holds the purse. You need a patron, and so you must please the patron. You need a salary, and so you must keep the university happy. You need to sell books, and so you must give the public what it will buy. The need for bread bends the truth, gently, constantly, in 1,000 small ways, until the work becomes a little less what you meant and a little more what pays. Arthur was free of all that. His father's money meant no salary to earn, no students to flatter, no patron to soothe, no public to please. He could sit and think and write into total silence, precisely because he never once had to sing for his supper. He could say exactly what he believed to be true, in exactly the way he believed it, and let it sell nothing at all, because it didn't matter if it sold. He'd eat either way. The inheritance was the ground he stood on, the reason he could keep faith with an unpopular truth for a lifetime. Take that ground away, and the whole free life collapses in an afternoon. He becomes just another clever, disappointed man who has to go and find work, and fit his thinking into the evenings, and slowly, sadly, let the great book gather dust, because there's rent to make. And in 1819, it nearly went. There was a firm in Danzig, a banking house called A.L. Mule, that held a great deal of the family's money. Arthur's, his mother's, his sister Adele's. And that year, the firm failed. Went under. And when a bank like that collapses, it does not simply hand back what it owes. It offers its creditors a settlement, cents on the thaler, and dares them to take it or fight for years and risk getting nothing at all. Mule offered its creditors a steep discount. Something like 30%, the accounts suggest, of what was actually owed. Take a third of your money now, or gamble on the courts. His mother took it. So did his sister, Adele. And you can hardly blame them. They were frightened. They had far more of their savings tied up in the firm than Arthur did. The offer was on the table, and 30% of something is a great deal better than 100% of nothing. Time was pressing. The longer you held out, the more you risked the firm collapsing entirely and paying nobody a thing. It was the safe, sensible, human choice, grab what you can from the wreck and be grateful you got out with something. Any prudent person would have done the same, and most did. Arthur refused. Where the two women saw a fire to flee, he saw an insult to be fought. And here is the one place all those hated years in the counting house finally paid him back. Because Arthur knew business. He'd been raised in it, bred to it, drilled in it, sat those long, miserable mornings over his father's ledgers, learning, whether he wanted to or not, exactly how money and men and failing firms actually behave. The apprenticeship he'd despised had made him, underneath the philosopher, a genuinely shrewd merchant's son. And that shrewd son looked hard at Mule's collapse and simply did not believe the firm was as ruined as it claimed to be. He suspected the settlement was a maneuver, a way for the bank to shed its debts cheaply and keep more than it let on. So, coldly, patiently, stubbornly, he held out. He pressed. He refused every partial settlement they offered, every discount, every reasonable-sounding compromise. He made himself an obstacle, a persistent, informed, immovable problem that would not go away and could not be fobbed off with a fraction. Where his mother and sister had wanted only to escape the mess, Arthur treated it as a campaign, and he waged it with the same iron patience he brought to everything, for as long as it took. And in the end, years on, he won. He recovered his capital in full, every last thaler of it, while his mother and his sister, who had taken the safe fraction in their fear, watched him walk away whole from the very wreck they'd fled. He had been right. He was, so maddeningly often, right. And there it is. That is the money that bought 30 years of silence. That, right there, is how a man affords to be ignored for the length of an entire lifetime. How he keeps writing, decade after decade, into a void that gives back nothing at all, never once needing the world's approval to put bread on his table. His independence, the single great enabling gift of his whole existence, the thing that let him hold fast to his truth when not one soul came to hear it. It was not simply handed to him. It was secured right here, in this hard, patient, unlovely fight with a failing bank, by a stubbornness most people would call cold. His freedom was real, and it was total. But this is what it was made of, at the root, not a warm inheritance received in love and gratitude, but a thing gripped tight and wrestled back from a wreck by a man who would not, under any circumstances, yield what he judged to be his. We like to imagine that the freedom to be ourselves, to do our own true work, comes as a gift, that someone will grant it to us if we're good enough, patient enough, deserving enough. And sometimes it does. But often, more often than we'd like, freedom is not granted at all. It's held. It's defended. It's the thing you have to be a little hard about, a little stubborn about, a little unreasonable about, or the world will quietly take it from you and give you back a settlement, 30% of your own life, and be grateful. Arthur refused the settlement. He held out for the whole of himself. And that refusal, unlovely as it was, is the reason we're talking about him tonight at all. But you feel the other edge of it, don't you? Because the same stubbornness that saved his fortune cut at the very same time, straight through what was left of his family. His mother and sister had begged him, by letter, to just approve the settlement, to stop fighting, to let it go. And he wouldn't. He was proved right about the money, and being right cost him them. The correspondence with his mother, already thin and cold since the rupture of 1814, hardened further here into something close to ruin. Freedom and loneliness, for this man, were never two separate things. They were the same event, wearing two faces. Every wall that kept the world out and kept him free also kept the people who might have loved him on the far side of it. He won his independence. He lost, a little more, the last warmth he had. Both at once. The same fight. You cannot really have the one without paying in the other, and he paid. And this, I think, is the quiet tragedy folded inside the triumph, that the very qualities which made him great, the refusal to yield, the certainty, the iron will, are the same qualities that left him so alone. The armor that let him survive the world's indifference was the armor that kept out its embrace. He was built to endure. He was not built to be held. And those, it turns out, may be the same thing, cut from the same cloth. You cannot be soft enough to be comforted and hard enough to stand against the whole world at once. The hardness that lets you outlast the silence is the same hardness that keeps the warmth from reaching you. He chose the hardness. Or maybe it chose him, back at the harbor, back at the canal. Either way, he wore it for the rest of his life, and it saved him, and it cost him nearly everyone. I don't tell you this to make you sad, exactly. I tell you because I think it's one of the truest and least comfortable things a life can teach, and Arthur's teaches it more plainly than most. That the strengths we're most proud of, and the loneliness we most regret, are so often the very same trait, seen from two sides. The stubbornness that gets you through is the stubbornness that shuts people out. The self-sufficiency that lets you stand alone is the self-sufficiency that leaves you, in the end, standing alone. He would not have traded his freedom for anything. And he paid for it every single day in a coin called company for the rest of his years. Both of those are true. Neither one cancels the other. That's simply what it cost him to be who he was. Now, before we go on to Berlin, where he'll reach for the fame he was still sure was owed him, let me pause, just for a breath, and say something to you directly, because I mean it gently, and only if you'd like it. If you're enjoying walking through this life with me tonight, and if it's the sort of thing you'd care to see as well as hear, there is a video version of these episodes now, and the animators and the editors pour real loving hours into it. They build these worlds by hand, frame by frame, so that a story like Arthur's can be watched as well as listened to. There's no pressure in this, none at all. The story is yours whichever way you take it. But if you'd like to see it, it's there. And the quiet care those folks put in deserves, I think, to be seen by the people it was made for. Now, to Berlin. He had his freedom secured. He had his masterpiece in print, even if the world had not troubled to read it. and Arthur Schopenhauer, still convinced that the recognition was merely late and not absent, decided it was time to make it come, to take his place at the front of the room where the truth-teller belongs. So in 1820, he went to Berlin, and he qualified to lecture at the university as a Privatdozent, an unsalaried lecturer paid directly by whatever students chose to attend his course. Now, that arrangement tells you something already. He wasn't a salaried professor with a guaranteed chair and a captive audience. He was a freelancer, in effect, standing at the front of a room and hoping people would choose to come and pay to hear him. His whole standing depended entirely on drawing a crowd, which makes what he did next all the more astonishing, because it was almost perfectly designed to draw no crowd at all. He made a decision so audacious, so magnificently, catastrophically sure of itself, that you almost have to admire the sheer nerve of it, even as you watch it walk him straight off a cliff. Because Berlin, in 1820, had a philosophical king. His name was Hegel. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, at the absolute summit of his fame, the reigning star of German thought, the most celebrated philosopher in the German-speaking world, his lecture hall packed to the walls, students hanging on his every dense and thunderous sentence, taking down his words as though they were scripture. The whole intellectual weather of the age was blowing in his direction. To study philosophy in Berlin in 1820 essentially meant to study with Hegel or in Hegel's shadow. He was not just a professor. He was an institution. He was the future, everyone agreed. He was where thought itself was going. And Arthur, who considered Hegel very nearly a fraud, a spinner of grand cloudy nonsense, an emperor with no clothes on at all, Arthur scheduled his own lectures at the exact same hour as Hegel's. On purpose. Deliberately. He set his course directly against the most famous philosopher alive, at the same time, in the same building, and dared the students of Berlin to choose. To choose truth, as he saw it, over fashion. To leave the packed hall of the celebrated man, and come instead to sit at the feet of the unknown one, who had actually solved the riddle of the world. He was that sure. Understand, this was not a gamble to him, not a bold roll of the dice he knew might fail. In his own mind, it was barely a contest at all. He had the truth. Hegel had fashionable fog. Put them side by side at the same hour, and let the students choose, and surely, real minds would drift away from the fog and toward the light. He genuinely, sincerely believed they would come. He was not being ironic. He expected to win. They did not come. Hegel's hall filled, as it always filled, overflowing, the great man holding forth to his devoted crowd, the room warm with bodies and attention and reputation. And Arthur stood in his own room, down the way, at the very same appointed hour, before a handful of students. A handful against a full house. He had set his little candle directly beside the sun and asked the world to notice the candle. Week after week, the same. The same near-empty room. The same sound of the crowd gathering somewhere else. The truth, as he saw it, offered freely and passionately at the front of an almost empty room, while just down the corridor the fashionable era he despised played, as it always played, to a house packed to the rafters. Picture him there, if you can bear to. This is one of the loneliest images in the whole history of thought, and it deserves a moment. A brilliant, proud man of 32, certain to his bones that he had seen the deepest truth a human being can see, standing at a lectern before a scattering of empty benches, delivering that truth to almost no one, while through the wall he can hear the muffled roar of the crowd that chose the other man. Every hour of it a fresh humiliation. Every hour of it the world telling him again, in the plainest possible language, the language of an empty room, not you. Not you. We do not want what you have. It didn't last. How could it? The venture collapsed within a term or so, the little audience dwindling to nothing, and Arthur never really lectured to any effect again for the rest of his life. He kept his name in the university's catalogue for a while, stubbornly, semester after semester, but the students never came, and eventually even the gesture faded. And he never, ever forgave the academy for it, never forgave the professors, the students, the whole cozy university world that had, as he saw it, chosen the charlatan over the truth-teller, the fog over the light. His contempt for Hegel, already deep, hardened here into something lifelong and, let's be honest, almost unhinged. For decades afterward he would go on abusing Hegel's name in print, at every opportunity, and several where there was no opportunity at all, calling him a clumsy charlatan, a corrupter of minds, a purveyor of hollow nonsense dressed in impressive robes. He never tired of it. He would still be swinging at the man's memory long after Hegel was dead and buried. And you can hear the old wound in it, under all the wit and the venom, the pain of that empty room, never quite healed, never quite laid down. Because here is the thing about being humiliated by the world, when you absolutely know that you are right, it doesn't make you doubt yourself. Not a man like Arthur. It makes you furious. It curdles into a lifelong grievance against everyone who couldn't see. He had scheduled himself against a king and lost, publicly, and he carried that loss like a stone in his chest for 40 years. The certainty never bent, but it grew a hard, bitter rind. Now, it would be easy to file this away as simply his own fault, his arrogance, his terrible judgment, his inability to see how the world actually works. And there's truth in that. The gambit was pride, no question. But I want to offer you a gentler way of seeing it, because I think it's the truer one. The age wanted what Hegel was selling. And what Hegel was selling was, at bottom, hope. A grand vision of history marching forward and upward, reason unfolding through time, the whole human story building towards something magnificent, the promise that it all means something, that it's all going somewhere, that we are the growing tip of a great and rising design. That is a wonderful thing to be told. It fills a hall. Of course, it fills a hall. And what did Arthur have to offer in the room across the way? A mirror. Not a dream, a mirror. He held up a mirror and showed people the blind, striving underneath their own lives, the wanting that never rests and never satisfies, the suffering built into the very structure of being alive. He offered not the flattering promise that history was carrying them upward toward glory, but the hard, clear, unwelcome look at things exactly as they are. "Come to my room," he was saying, in effect, "and I will show you the truth about your own hungry heart, and it will not comfort you." And people understandably, humanly, forgivably, did not line up at that door. Of course, they didn't. Who, given the choice on an ordinary Tuesday, leaves a warm hall full of hope and meaning and the promise of a magnificent future, and crosses the corridor to sit in a cold room and be shown the plain truth about the futility of wanting? Almost no one. Not then. Not at 20 years old, with your whole life ahead of you. You want the sun at that age. You want to be told it all means something and it's all going somewhere wonderful. The mirror can wait. The mirror can always wait until one day, much later, life has worn you down enough that you finally need it. And that day, for the world at large, was a very long way off. He was not wrong that he had something. He was wrong about when. The world was not ready for the mirror, and it would not be ready for a very long time. He had simply arrived, once again, decades before the room he was looking for even existed. That's not a comfort you can offer, a proud man standing in an empty lecture hall. But it's the truth of what happened to him. He wasn't refused because he was small. He was refused because he was early. And here's the strange thing, the thing that separates Arthur from almost everyone who has ever been ignored. The empty room did not make him doubt his book. Not for one instant. You or I, standing in that room, hearing that crowd through the wall, would surely have begun to wonder, maybe they're right, maybe I'm the one who's wrong, maybe I've fooled myself. That's the ordinary human response to overwhelming evidence that nobody wants what you have. But Arthur's certainty was of a different order entirely. To him, the empty room was not evidence against his ideas. It was evidence against the age. The very fact that they flocked to Hegel and shunned him only proved, in his mind, how blind the age was, how badly it needed exactly the truth it was refusing. Their rejection confirmed him. He walked out of that failure more certain than he walked in, certain that he was right, and that the world was a fool, and that one day, someday, long after these students and their fashions had turned to dust, the mirror would still be there, and someone would finally need to look into it. He was playing a longer game than anyone around him could imagine. He was, without quite saying so, willing to wait past his own death. He left the lecture halls behind him for good. And almost at once, in that same restless, unhappy Berlin, he stumbled into something far uglier than an empty room, an ordinary human quarrel that would follow him and shame him for years. It happened in August of 1821, in the house where he lodged in Berlin. Outside the door of his rooms, there was a small anteroom, a shared entryway, the kind of in-between space in an old lodging house where the residents pass through and sometimes linger, hang a coat, exchange a word. And on this day, 3 women were gathered there, talking. One of them was a seamstress named Caroline Marquet, a woman then in her 40s, who had some right to be in that space. She was connected to the household, not a trespasser. And you have to picture the state of the man behind that door, because it explains a great deal without excusing any of it. Arthur could not bear noise. Could not in the way we all dislike a racket, could not in a deep, nerve-deep, almost pained way. He guarded his quiet the way another man guards his gold. Noise, to him, was an assault, a theft of the one thing he needed to do his work and hold his mind together. And he was, at this point in his life, a man rubbed raw by defeat. The book ignored. The lecture hall empty. His great certainty met, everywhere he turned, by a world that would not look. He was proud and wounded and coiled tight. And now, through his door, came the sound of women chattering in his anteroom, in the space he considered his own threshold. He came out and demanded they leave. 2 of the women went. Marquet would not. And what happened next is the sort of thing that has 2 versions and no clean truth, because the only people who could tell it were the 2 who were furious at each other. By his account, he took hold of her and put her out by force, and when she came back, put her out again, more roughly. By her account, it was worse than that, and left her lastingly hurt. What is not in dispute is the shape of it, a much stronger man, in a temper, laying hands on a woman in a doorway and forcing her out. That happened. He did that. And I want to be careful and plain here, because the story has grown lurid over the years and picked up details it never actually had. You may, somewhere, have heard a more dramatic version involving a staircase, a man kicking a woman down a flight of stairs. Set it firmly aside. That was stitched onto the story decades later by someone who never saw the court record, and it is not true. I mention it only to strip it away, because the truth deserves to stand clear of the embellishment. And the truth is sober enough, and in a way, worse for being so ordinary. It was an anteroom, a demand, a refusal, a shove, a fall, a woman on the ground, and a proud, raw-nerved man standing over her, having lost his temper completely at another human being who had done nothing worse than talk in a hallway. No melodrama. Just a small, ugly, entirely human loss of control, of exactly the kind that any of us might be capable of on a bad enough day, except that most of us are never sued over it, and never have it followed us into the history books. Marquet sued him, and the case ground on and on and on for years, through appeal after appeal, delay after delay, dragged out in part because Arthur was often away, traveling, abroad in Italy for stretches, and the court took his absences poorly, reading them, not unreasonably, as a man dodging his reckoning. It ran from that August day in 1821 until its final resolution in 1827. 6 years. Think of that. 6 years of one bad-tempered moment in a doorway, following him across borders, pulling him back into courtrooms, souring years of his life. That is the way of these things, isn't it? The single lost temper that cost you half a decade. And in the end, the judgment went against him. He was ordered to pay Caroline Marquet a sum every year, $60, the accounts say, for the rest of her life. Not once. Not a fine and done with it. Every single year, a pension to the woman he had thrown out of the anteroom for as long as she should live. And he paid it. Year after year after year, for a very long time, a standing annual reminder, arriving like a bill of the worst thing he was on his worst day. Every payment, a small sentence, repeated, "This is who you were in that doorway. Remember." Now, here is the thing I have to hold up to the light, and I'm not going to dress it up or explain it away, because the whole point of it is that it will not be dressed up. This man, this very man, standing over a fallen seamstress in a doorway in a temper, was, at that exact moment in his life, the author of a philosophy that placed compassion at the absolute center of all morality. Not near the center. At it. That was his ethics, his deepest ethical conviction, the ground he built his whole moral vision upon, that the one true root of all goodness is compassion. Mitleid, the German word, literally, suffering with. The ability to feel another creature's pain as if it were your own, to let the wall between you and another person grow thinner, until their suffering is genuinely, immediately yours, and you move to ease it as naturally as you'd pull your own hand from a flame. He believed that with his whole mind. He wrote it out beautifully, with real depth and real feeling, some of the finest, tenderest pages on the nature of goodness that anyone in his century produced. The dissolving of the hard separate self into fellow feeling for all that suffers, for every hunted animal and every grieving stranger. He thought that was the very highest thing a human being could reach. Prayed, the crack of light through which we escape our own blind wanting and touch something holy. He meant it. It was not a pose. It was the moral heart of everything he wrote. And he could not do it. Not in his own anteroom with a woman who annoyed him. The philosopher of compassion, failing at compassion, completely, publicly, in a doorway in Berlin, and then again through 6 ugly years of litigation. I'm not going to resolve that for you. I don't think it resolves, and I don't think it's meant to. It would be easy and false to say the failure cancels the philosophy, that a man who couldn't manage compassion in his own doorway had no business writing about it, that the whole beautiful ethics is exposed as hypocrisy and we can throw it out. That's too easy. A truth about goodness doesn't stop being true because the person who saw it couldn't live it. And it would be just as easy and just as false to wave the failure away. Oh, he was provoked. He was only human. Who among us hasn't lost our temper? Don't judge the poor man. That's too easy the other way. He did throw a woman to the ground. She was hurt. He paid for it, by court order, for years. That happened, and softening it into nothing is its own small dishonesty. Both of those escapes, cancelling the philosophy or excusing the man, are ways of making the discomfort go away. And I don't think the discomfort should go away, because the discomfort is the truth about him, and, if we're honest, maybe about all of us. The gap between what a person knows to be good and what that same person actually does when their peace is shattered and their temper is up and the blood is hot, that gap is real. It runs straight through the best of us. Most of us just never have our worst 30 seconds written down, sued over, and preserved for 2 centuries. Arthur did. He lived his contradiction out loud, on the public record, in a courtroom, for 6 long years, paying for it by the year, the philosopher of mercy, shown mercilessly to himself and to all of us, unable to be what he most truly believed a person ought to be. He knew it too. I think that's the part that stays with me longest, on a night like this. This was not a man without a conscience, blithely unaware of his own contradiction, sailing along oblivious. He was too clever by half not to see it, far too clever. A mind like his does not get to hide from itself. He carried it. He went on, writing his ethics of compassion, page after tender page, knowing, surely, in some cold and honest corner of himself, that he had taken hold of an annoying woman and thrown her to the ground in a temper, and that he would be paying her, by the year, out of his own pocket, until the day one of them died. The lofty knowledge and the low failure, together, in the one mind, neither one able to cancel the other out. And maybe that's not so foreign to any of us as we'd like it to be. Which of us has not held, at the same time, a clear and sincere belief in how we ought to treat people, and a private gallery of the times we simply, badly, failed to? The kind word we knew to say and didn't. The patience we preached and then lost at home with the very people we love most over nothing. Arthur's gap between the knowing and the doing was public and litigated and enormous. Ours are mostly small and private and unrecorded. But it's the same gap. He just had the terrible honesty or the terrible luck to live his out where history could see it. I don't hold him up as a monster. I hold him up as a mirror, which, fittingly enough, is exactly what he spent his life trying to be. Let it sit there. That's all I'll ask. Let it sit, uncomfortable, unresolved, because that is exactly the shape of the man, and we are not done meeting him yet. He needed, after all this, to disappear somewhere. Somewhere quiet and settled, and far from lawsuits and lecture halls, and everyone who had ever ignored or sued or humiliated him. He found it in a city on the River Main. And there, at last, he stopped moving. Frankfurt am Main. From the summer of 1833 until the day he died, 27 years, Arthur Schopenhauer lived there, and lived, by any outward measure, one of the most uneventful lives a great man has ever led. And I have to tell you, this is my favorite chapter of the whole story, and the strangest and the tenderest. Because what he built in Frankfurt was not a career, and not a family, and not a public life. What he built was a day. one good day. And then he lived it, over and over, some 10,000 times, into a silence that gave nothing back. Let me walk you through it, because the details are the whole point. He rose early, around 7, every morning, summer and winter, year upon year. He washed, thoroughly, coldly, methodically, a man particular about such things, exacting about his own person as he was exacting about everything. He took strong coffee and no breakfast at all. He liked to begin his days thinking on an empty stomach and a clear head. And then he wrote, all morning, in the good clean hours, when the mind is freshest, at the peak of his powers, in the deep quiet of his rooms, he wrote. The great work was already behind him, finished at 30, but the mind had not stopped, would never stop, and so he went on, adding, refining, deepening, expanding, pouring out essay after essay that almost no one would read. He wrote until noon, and then he stopped. Simply stopped, mid-flow if need be, the way a truly disciplined man closes his book at the appointed hour, trusting the work will still be there tomorrow, at 7, after the cold wash and the strong coffee, exactly as it always is. There is something almost monastic in it when you stand back and look. A monk, in a cell of his own making, keeping his hours, faithful to a rule no one imposed on him and no one watched him keep. No abbot, no congregation, no reward promised at the end. Just the rule itself, and a man keeping it, alone, out of some deep private need for order in a world he found chaotic and cruel. He could not fix the world. He could not even get it to read his book. But he could make one day, his own day, run like a beautiful clock, and he did, 10,000 times over. And here is where you have to smile, because it's one of the finest small facts in all of history. Before his midday meal, the great philosopher of pessimism, the man who had declared existence itself a mistake, life, a business that does not cover its costs, the whole world, a theater of blind suffering, this man would take out his flute and play it for half an hour. Scales and passages and pretty tunes, the notes drifting out over the Frankfurt rooftops. The gloomiest philosopher in Europe, the prophet of the world's misery, standing at his window at noon, playing the flute like a contented schoolmaster. He was, by all accounts, quite good at it, and he loved it, and he did it nearly every day of his life. Sit with that contradiction, because it's the key to him, maybe the key to the whole man. How does the philosopher who declared the world not worth wanting spend his noon hour every day making pretty music for the sheer simple pleasure of it? People have laughed at it, you know. Even in his own time, critics who wanted to dismiss his gloom pointed at that flute and said, "Look, a fraud. A man who says, 'Life is misery,' and then trots off to enjoy his lunch and toot his flute. He doesn't even believe his own doctrine." But I think they missed it entirely, and I think the flute is not the crack in his philosophy, but the deepest proof of his character. Because his bleakness and his tenderness were never really enemies. They lived all his life in the same house, at the same address, and got along better than you'd think. He could believe, with total sincerity, that the whole of existence was blind suffering, and still love a good tune, a good meal, a fine afternoon's walk, the warm weight of a dog against his leg. His pessimism was a philosophy, a conclusion he had reasoned his way to about the nature of things. It was not a mood, not a sulk, not a refusal to enjoy his days. Underneath the dark doctrine, the actual living man went on delighting in small good things, quietly, faithfully, every single day. And there's something almost heroic in that, if you look at it right. To see the world as clearly and as darkly as he saw it, and still to reach for the flute at noon. That is not a contradiction to be mocked. That is a kind of courage. That's the grace note in the whole grim symphony of him. The flute at noon. Then out to lunch, always at the same fashionable inn, the Englischer Hof, near the center of town, where he ate well and heartily, for he enjoyed a good meal without the least guilt, and sometimes held forth in his sharp and startling and often very funny way to whoever had the luck or misfortune to be seated near him. He was, by the accounts of those who met him in these years, marvelous company, across a table when the mood took him, witty, learned, savagely amusing about the follies of the famous, full of opinions delivered like verdicts. A stranger might spend an hour at the Englischer Hof, fall into conversation with the odd, sharp-eyed old gentleman at the next table, and go away, not quite realizing he'd been talking to one of the deepest minds in Europe, a man whose books nobody had read. In the afternoon he rested, and he read. And every day, without fail, in any weather on God's earth, rain, snow, wind, blazing summer heat, it made no difference whatsoever. He took a long walk. 2 hours, sometimes more, striding out at a brisk clip through the streets of Frankfurt and along the banks of the Main, deep in his own endless thoughts, muttering to himself sometimes, working through some problem, the solitary figure the whole city came to know by sight. And he did not walk alone. He walked with a dog. A white poodle, and not just one, but a succession of them across the years, one gently replacing the next as time took them, so that there was almost always a white poodle at his heel. He loved those dogs with an uncomplicated tenderness he could rarely manage toward people. And the townsfolk of Frankfurt, who came to know the odd, solitary, sharp-eyed old gentleman and his white dog as fixtures of their streets, as reliable as the church clock, gave the poodle a nickname. They called it the young Schopenhauer. Isn't that just perfect? The little white dog trotting faithfully beside the old philosopher, the young Schopenhauer, the heir apparent, the only companion the real one had in all the world. He was fond of that dog past all reason. He fussed over it, worried when it was ill, left provision for it, spoke to it, and preferred its company, one strongly suspects, to that of nearly every human being he knew. Say what you like about the man's hard heart, he loved a dog completely, and a creature knows when it is loved. In the evenings, he read The Times of London, the English paper, brought all that way, keeping his cold, clear eye trained on the follies and disasters of the wide world he'd long since stopped expecting anything from. It amused him, I think, the way the Daily News kept confirming his low opinion of the whole human circus. And then, at night, last of all, before sleep took him, he read a little of his old Upanishads. Those same ancient Eastern pages the Orientalist had put in his hands as a young man in Weimar, half a lifetime ago. Every night, closing the day exactly where his deepest thought had first begun, with the old serene wisdom of India, whispering that all the striving and separateness of the world is a veil, and behind it, quietly, there is peace. He read himself to sleep on it, night after night, for decades. It's a lovely thing to picture, honestly. The great pessimist, the scourge of the age, the man nobody read, laying down his difficult head each night on the oldest comfort there is. That was the day. That was the life. 10,000 times, near enough. The washing, the writing, the flute, the inn, the walk, the white dog, the newspaper, the ancient wisdom before sleep. A man performing his one immaculate day, in perfect order, in near total obscurity, while the world that had ignored his masterpiece went on ignoring it, year after year after year. But I would be lying to you and laundering him if I let you leave this chapter thinking only of the sweet old man and his flute and his dog. Because the same hand that played those gentle tunes, the same pen that wrote so movingly about compassion for all that suffers, that same pen also wrote some genuinely ugly things. He wrote about women with a contempt that is hard to read even now, dismissive, cruel, small, in a way the rest of his mind was not. I won't quote it at length. It doesn't deserve the air, and you don't need it in your ears tonight. But I won't hide it from you either, because hiding it would be a kind of lie. This tender, flute-playing, dog-loving creature of gentle habit was also, on the page, capable of real cruelty toward half of the human race. Same man. That's the thing I can't get past, and don't want you to either. Not two men, a good one and a bad one, we could sort out and separate. One man. The gentleness and the cruelty growing on the same tree, watered by the same lonely, wounded, brilliant, difficult soul. He is not a saint. We're polishing up for you. He's a human being, seen whole, with the flute in one hand and the ugliness in the other, and I think you should hold both and let it unsettle you a little, the way it unsettles me. We can take the wisdom without pretending the man was clean. That's allowed. That may even be the only honest way to take it. And through all of it, the tender days and the hard pages both, the silence held. The world still did not read him. But into that silence, patiently, he kept publishing. And once, just once, the silence flickered. He never stopped working. That's the quiet heroism of these Frankfurt years, that a man the world had entirely ignored kept adding to the body of work the world was ignoring, as though the size of the audience had nothing whatever to do with the worth of the task. He wrote for the truth, he'd have said, not for readers. And so the books kept coming into the void. In 1836, after years of publishing nothing new, years of the walk and the flute and the silence, he brought out a smaller work called On the Will in Nature. Its purpose, really, was to point at the world and say, look at what the sciences are discovering. Because in the 18 years since his masterpiece had sunk without a trace, the physiologists and the naturalists had been busy, and Arthur read their work closely, and he believed that everywhere they turned, without knowing it, without ever having read him, they were confirming his great idea. The blind striving will he had named in 1818. He saw it now in the new studies of the nervous system, in the instincts of animals, in the way a plant strains toward the light, in the strange forces the scientists were only beginning to map. Look, he was saying, a little triumphantly, a little plaintively, the will is everywhere, and the men in the laboratories are finding my truth by accident, brick by brick, and none of them even knows my name. It was a good book, sharp and interesting. It made almost no impression at all. The silence took it, gently, completely, the way the silence had taken everything he'd ever set down. 18 years now, and counting, and still the water lay flat. But then, in 1839, something happened that had never happened before. A crack of light. There was a learned society far to the north, the Royal Norwegian Society of Sciences, in Trondheim, and it had posed a philosophical question as the subject of a prize essay. The great old problem of the freedom of the will. Are we truly free, or are our choices determined? Arthur wrote an essay answering it and sent it in. And the Norwegians awarded him the prize. They crowned it. He won. His first real public honor. The first time in his entire life that any official body anywhere had put its stamp on his work and called it good. And he was 50 years old. Let that number land. Half a century on this earth. More than 20 years since he'd finished the truest thing he had in him and watched the world walk past it. A whole adult lifetime of silence, and now, finally, at 50, a body of serious men in a far northern city had read something he wrote and judged it, out of whatever came before them, the best. You'd think he might have wept. And maybe, in some private way, he did. After so long in the cold, so many empty rooms and unsold copies, and years of nothing. Here was a hand reaching out of the dark at last to say the words he must have half stopped believing he'd ever hear. We see you. We read you. We think this is fine work. It was small. A prize from a northern society is not fame, is not a nation turning to look, but it was real, and it was the first, and it came after 20 years of absolutely nothing. For a lesser man, it might have been the thing he'd been waiting for, the sign that the tide was turning. Arthur, being Arthur, took it as no more than his due. Of course they saw the quality. The wonder was that everyone else was blind. But even he, I think, felt the warmth of it. The first warmth from the outside world in 20 years. And then, the very next year, the world reminded him, with almost comic precision, exactly how alone he still was. There was a second society, the Royal Danish Society of Sciences, in Copenhagen, and it too had set a prize question, this one about the very foundations of morality. Where does goodness actually come from? Arthur wrote an essay for it, on the basis of ethics, some of his finest, deepest work. The essay on compassion that was the beating heart of his whole moral vision. He poured real care into it. And he was the only person who entered. The sole submission. One essay, on the table, and a prize there to be awarded, and no rival in the field at all. They rejected it. The only entry, and they would not crown it. Partly, they said, because it didn't quite answer the question they'd set. But partly, and this is so perfectly, painfully him, because in the course of the essay he had been rude. He had spoken with open disrespect of certain distinguished philosophers of recent times, which is to say, he had insulted Hegel and Fichte and the other reigning names, in an essay submitted to a learned academy that rather admired those names. He could not help himself, even here, even with a prize for the taking, and no rival in the field. He had to say what he thought of the frauds. And it cost him. The one entrant rejected for the crime of contempt. Now watch what he did with the two of them together, because it tells you everything about the iron and the pride and the strange integrity of the man. In 1841, he took both essays, the one the Norwegians had crowned and the one the Danes had rejected, and he published them together in a single volume, The Two Fundamental Problems of Ethics, side by side. And in the preface, he was magnificently, defiantly rude about the Danish Academy, printing his rejection right there alongside his prize, as if to say, here is the essay you honored, and here is the essay they refused, and here is exactly what I think of the refusing. He wore the rejection like a medal. He was almost prouder of the wound than of the crown. You have to love him a little for that, even as you shake your head. Most of us reject it, hide it. We bury the failure, show only the win, curate ourselves into something cleaner than we are. He did the opposite. He bound his failure into the same volume as his triumph and dared the reader to look at both. Here is what they crowned. Here is what they refused. Now you decide which academy was the fool. That's not just stubbornness, though it's certainly that. It's the sign of a man so completely certain of his own worth that the world's judgment, for him or against him, had become almost a curiosity, a fact about the world's eyesight, not a fact about the quality of his work. Praise didn't inflate him, and rejection didn't wound him, not at the core, because he had stopped, long ago, looking to the outside to tell him what he already knew. The Norwegians said yes, and the Danes said no, and to Arthur, both were simply news from a world that mostly couldn't see straight. And the title he gave that defiant little double volume, The Two Fundamental Problems of Ethics, tells you he still thought of himself, rightly, as a man settling the deepest questions there are: prize or no prize, reader or no reader. He was answering the riddle of right and wrong itself, and he knew it, whether or not a single soul in Copenhagen or anywhere else agreed. But I don't want to let the flash of the prize fool you, or fool him, into thinking the tide had turned. Because it had not. Not remotely. One essay crowned by a small society in Norway does not make a famous man. The books still did not sell. The masterpiece still sat unread. The world still, in any way that counted, did not know his name. He went back to Frankfurt, and back to the day, the washing, the writing, the flute, the inn, the walk, the white dog, and he went on, into the same silence, exactly as before. And this is the part I find almost unbearably moving, sitting here in the quiet with you. He was past 50 now. More than 20 years had passed since he finished the truest thing he had in him. 20 years of the world not looking. And he kept the faith anyway. Kept doing the immaculate work to the immaculate standard for an audience that did not exist. Not because he'd been promised it would pay off. He had no such promise. Every single day was fresh evidence that it would not pay off, that he would very likely die exactly as he had lived, unread, unknown, a strange old man with a white dog. And he did the work anyway. He held to what he knew anyway. That takes a kind of faith most of us never have to find. Not faith in a reward. He had no reward, and expected none. Faith in the work itself, in its being true and worth doing, whether or not a single living soul ever came to read it. It's easy, isn't it, to keep the faith when the results are rolling in, when the applause comes, the sales climb, the world nods and says yes, keep going, you're onto something. Any of us can hold on then. The test, the real test, the one almost nobody passes, is whether you can keep the faith when nothing comes back. When every signal from the outside world says, stop, you're wasting your life, no one wants this, give it up and be sensible. Arthur got that signal, loud and unanimous, every single day for decades. And every single day he sat down at 7, washed in cold water, drank his strong coffee, and did the work anyway, to the same immaculate standard, for the same audience of no one. Where does a person find that? I've turned it over and over, and I think the answer is almost unbearably simple. He did the work for the work. Not for us. Not for readers. Not for fame. Not for the nod of the world. He wrote because it was true, and because writing the truth was, to him, simply what a serious life was for. The way you might tend a garden that no one will ever walk through, or keep a room clean that no one will ever visit, not because anyone's watching, but because that is who you have decided to be. The rightness of the thing was its own reason. And so, he had emptied himself onto the page at 30, and he had been right, and no one had come, and he did not take a single word of it back, and he did not stop. He was nearly certain now that no one ever would come. He was wrong about that, but he had no way to know it yet. And the change, when it finally began, would arrive from the last direction on earth he'd have thought to watch. But we're getting ahead of the story. That spark was still years off. And before it caught, before the world finally turned to look, two things happened that show us, more clearly than anything else in his whole life, exactly who this man was. The best of him and the worst of him. And I want to give you both, honestly, because you can't really understand what comes next unless you've met the whole of him first. The first thing was a book. Or rather, the same book come round again. In 1844, 26 years after he'd finished his masterpiece, 26 years of silence, Arthur brought out a second edition of The World as Will and Representation. And he did not just reprint it. He added to it a whole new second volume, 50 fresh essays, some of the richest and most human writing he ever did, deepening and expanding and illuminating the vision of his youth. He had spent a quarter of a century thinking harder about the truth he'd seen at 30, and here was the fruit of it, offered up to the world a second time. And the world, once again, did not come. The second edition dropped into the very same silence that had swallowed the first. Barely a ripple. He was 56 years old now, and he had just given the world his life's work twice, and twice it had walked past. Think of the peculiar loneliness of that. To improve upon the greatest thing you ever made, to spend 25 years deepening it, and then hand the deeper version to the world, and to watch it vanish, exactly as the first had vanished, into the same soft nothing. Most men would have taken that as the final proof. The verdict, twice delivered, unanimous. You are not wanted. Pack it away. He did not take it that way. And to understand why, you have to understand something that had quietly happened to him over those decades of silence. He had stopped, somewhere along the road, writing for his own time at all. He no longer expected the men around him to understand. He had given up on his contemporaries entirely, and pinned his hope, instead, on a future he would never live to see. He wrote now for posterity, openly, deliberately, the way you might seal a letter and address it to a reader not yet born. The empty present didn't wound him quite as it once had, because he was no longer really speaking to the present. He was speaking over its head, down the years, to someone who wasn't there yet. But it's what he wrote at the front of that second edition that I want you to hear, because after all these years, this is where the line lands, the line his whole life had been quietly building toward. In the preface, looking back across the whole long silence, across 25 and more years of being ignored, he set down these words. He wrote that as regards this second edition, after 25 years, he found nothing to retract. Nothing to retract. Sit with that. 25 years. A quarter of a century of the world telling him, by its total indifference, that he was nobody and his book was nothing. 25 years in which any ordinary man would have quietly softened, hedged, revised, chased whatever the public actually wanted, or simply given up and admitted he'd been wrong. And Arthur looked back over the whole of it, every hard word he'd written as a young man in Dresden, and he found not one line he wished to take back. Not one. Time, he said, had only confirmed him. He would change nothing, because he had seen truly, and a man does not unsee the truth, because the room stayed empty. Nothing to retract. We'll come back to that line. It's the deepest thing in this whole story, and it hasn't finished unfolding yet. That's the best of him, that iron, unbroken fidelity to what he knew. Now here is the other thing, the harder thing. And I'm not going to soften it, because he wouldn't have wanted it softened, and you deserve the truth of him. It was 1848, the year the revolutions swept across Europe, the year the ordinary people rose in city after city against the old order, crying out for freedom, for rights, for a voice, for a say in their own lives. Thrones shook, kings fled. It was one of those rare years when the whole continent seems to tremble at once, when the pent-up longing of millions boils over into the streets. And Frankfurt, of all cities, sat near the very center of it, for it was in Frankfurt that year that a National Assembly gathered, men trying to hammer out a free and unified Germany. The wave did not just pass by Arthur's city, it broke over it. And it broke, quite literally, below his own windows. There was fighting in the streets outside his rooms, barricades thrown up across the lanes, soldiers moving to clear them. The great convulsion of history, the very drums and flags fervor he'd fled from as a young man in Berlin, arrived now on the pavement beneath his home. And Arthur, 60 years old, a man who wanted nothing so much as quiet and order, who had built his whole existence around being left undisturbed, Arthur was frightened and furious and utterly out of sympathy with the crowd below. He did not see, in those people at the barricades, fellow sufferers to be pitied. He saw a mob, a threat to the peace and the property and the order that made his own thinking life possible. He called them, with real contempt, the sovereign rabble. And the philosopher of compassion, the man who had built his whole ethics on fellow feeling for all who suffer, came down hard on the side of order and of the soldiers, and against the people in the street. When an officer of the troops needed a better view to direct fire on the revolutionaries below, Arthur, it's told, lent the man his own opera glasses so he could sight them more clearly. The philosopher's own field glasses handed up the stairs to help the soldiers aim. And later, this is the part that truly stops you. In his will, he left a portion of his estate to the fund set up for the Prussian soldiers who had put the uprising down, and for the widows and orphans of those who died doing it. He put his money where his glasses had been. Now, this one cuts even deeper than the seamstress in the anteroom, and I won't hand you a neat way out of it. The tender man who played the flute at noon and loved a white dog past all reason and wrote so movingly of compassion for every suffering creature, that same man lent his glasses to the soldiers and left his money to their cause, against the ragged people crying for freedom in the street. Both are true. They lived in the one man, in the one year, in the same set of rooms. And it will not tidy up. And I don't want to tidy it up, because the mess is the truth, and you deserve the truth of him. It would be so easy to reach for the excuses. He was old and afraid. Frightened men reach for order. He'd seen, as a young man, what a mob could do, and it had marked him. His whole philosophy was about the blind, dangerous striving in human beings, so of course, a riot looked to him like that striving unleashed. All of that is real, and none of it is nothing. But set it beside the flute and the dog and those beautiful pages on fellow feeling, and it still doesn't square. The man who taught that the highest thing a human being can do is to feel a stranger's suffering as his own, looked out his window at strangers suffering and reaching for freedom, and saw an enemy, and lent his glasses to the guns. There's no arithmetic that makes those two things add up. They don't add up. They just both belong to him. He did offer a kind of defense, though, not for this exactly, but for the whole gap between the height of his ideas and the flaws of his person, and it's worth hearing in his own key. He wrote, in his great work, that it is a strange demand upon a moralist that he should teach no other virtue than that which he himself possesses. In other words, the man who points the way need not have walked it perfectly. The signpost does not have to travel the road. A philosopher can see the truth about goodness and set it down clearly for others and still fall short of it himself, and that falling short does not make the truth any less true. And there's something in that. There really is, and I don't want to wave it away. We don't dismiss a map because the map maker never walked to the far country. We don't throw out the arithmetic because the teacher was bad at sums himself. The truth of a thing and the virtue of the one who saw it are genuinely two different questions, and it's a kind of childishness to pretend a wise idea must come only from a good person, or that a flawed person can teach us nothing. If we threw out every true thing ever said by someone who failed to live it, we would have almost nothing left, and our own mouths would have to fall silent first. But, and here's where I can't quite let him have the last word, I don't think that defense fully answers the charge, and I don't think it was ever really meant to let him off the hook. It's an explanation, not an acquittal. He saw further than he could walk. He knew the good, clearly, deeply, better than almost anyone, and he could not always do it, not in his own anteroom, not at his own window in 1848. And he was far too clear-eyed a man not to know that about himself. So, I read his defense not as the plea of someone who felt innocent, but as the quiet, honest reckoning of a man who had made his uneasy peace with being a signpost, pointing steadily, truthfully, down a road he himself limped along badly, and knew he limped, and pointed anyway. There's a humility hidden inside the arrogance of it, if you look. He never claimed to be good. He only ever claimed to be right. So there he is, the whole man, at last, seen plain. The unbreakable fidelity and the ugly failing, the truth-teller and the flawed human being, in one difficult soul. And having finally met all of him, having refused to make him either a saint or a villain, we can at last, gently, ask the one question his whole strange life was built to ask. Let me slow down here. Let me nearly stop. Because this is the heart of it, the still center of the whole long story, and it deserves a little silence around it. Here is a man who, at 30, made the truest thing he had in him, and then watched the world walk past it for the length of an entire lifetime. Not attacked, just unseen. Book pulped into wrapping paper. Lecture hall empty. 2 editions, into a silence that gave back nothing at all. And through the whole of it, this is the thing, he did not change a word to be liked. He did not soften, or chase, or surrender. After 25 years of being nobody, he looked back over all of it and found nothing to retract. And I've been sitting with why that moves me so much. Why it isn't just stubbornness or pride, though heaven knows he had both. And I think it comes to this. He kept faith with what he'd seen, not because keeping faith paid, because it didn't, not because he won the argument, because no one ever came to have the argument with him. He kept faith with the truth for no reason at all except that it was the truth, and he had seen it, and you do not betray a thing like that just because the world declines to clap. That's not stubbornness. That's integrity in its purest form. Integrity with the reward stripped clean away. Integrity with nothing left to gain from it. Most of us are honest, in part because honesty is rewarded, because being seen to be good brings something back. He was faithful to his work when it brought back nothing. Nothing but the knowledge, held alone in the dark, that it was true. And here is where I want to bring it home to you quietly, because I think this is really a story about your life as much as his. Think of the meal cooked with real care, late in the evening, for people who were tired and hungry and never once said it was good, and it fed them anyway. It nourished them, it kept them, it did exactly what it was for, whether or not a single word of praise was ever spoken over it. The care you folded into it didn't evaporate because no one noticed the care. It went into them. It became part of them. That was always what it was for. Think of the work you did well when no one was watching, the thing done properly, in private, the corner you didn't cut on a job no one would ever inspect. The small task finished right at the end of a long day when it would have been so easy to let it slide. No boss saw it. No crowd applauded. Maybe no one will ever know you did it well rather than merely well enough. But it was right, and you knew it was right, and its rightness didn't depend, not for 1 second, on anyone noticing. It was complete in the doing. Think of the patient lesson a parent gives a child, the quiet word, the example set, the value lived out year after year, that seems to vanish into the air, unheard, unheeded, met with an eye roll or a slammed door, or nothing at all. And then it lands, finally, 20 years later, in a grown person, standing in their own kitchen, who suddenly understands, with a catch in the throat, exactly what they were being taught all along, long after the one who taught it is gone, and can never be told, and never knew if any of it took. It took. It just took late. The teaching was real. The whole time, it seemed to be falling on deaf ears. That is the shape of Arthur's whole life. That is the shape of so many good and quiet lives. Work that was complete and true and good in itself, whether or not the reader ever came. The reader is not what made it good. The reader, when he comes, only discovers a goodness that was already there, whole, waiting, from the very first. And I want to separate 2 things for you, gently, slowly, because I think we tangle them together. Almost all of us decay them, and the tangling causes us so much quiet, needless pain. There is recognition, the world seeing you, praising you, coming to your door, telling you that what you did mattered. And there is worth, the actual goodness and truth and rightness of the thing you made or did. We treat those two as if they were one. We let the first stand in for the second. We wait for the applause to tell us whether the work was any good, and if the applause never comes, we conclude, quietly, in the dark, that the work was worthless. I'm calm, and maybe that we are worthless too. But they are not the same thing. They never were. Recognition is a real and lovely thing, and when it comes as grace, a gift, something to be thankful for, a warmth laid over your days. But it is not what makes the work good. The meal was good before anyone praised it, or even if no one ever did. The work you did well in private was right whether or not a single soul ever saw it. And the truth Arthur set down in that empty Dresden room was true the very day he wrote it, completely, entirely true. And it did not become one single degree truer 30 years later, when the world finally, belatedly, turned to look. The looking added nothing to the truth. It only, at long last, arrived at it. Recognition, when it comes, is a grace laid gently on top of the work, but the work was already whole underneath it. The work was always already whole. Hold on to that tonight if you hold on to nothing else. What you made in love and made well is finished and good right now, not someday, if they clap. Now, already, whether they ever clap or not. There's an old saying I love, and I think Arthur lived it without ever quite saying it, that the truest thing a person can do is plant a tree whose shade they will never sit in. Picture that, really. An old man, on his knees in the dirt, setting a small tree into the ground, a tree that will not throw real shade for 30, 40, 50 years. He will be long gone before it does. He will never once sit beneath it on a hot afternoon. He plants it anyway. For a stranger. For someone not yet born, who will one day rest in a coolness this old man made and never felt. To do the good work, the real work, knowing the benefit may fall entirely to someone else. Later, someone whose face you'll never see, and to do it anyway, and to do it well, and to do it with love, because it is worth doing, because the shade is worth making, even for a world that hasn't arrived yet. I'm glad. That is what Arthur did, though he'd never have put it so gently. He planted his tree. He wrote his book. He set the truest thing he had into the ground of the world and tended it, and did not dig it up when no shade came, and he died before anyone sat beneath it. And then they came and sat and are sitting still. We are sitting in his shade tonight, you and I, this very hour, in a coolness he made and never felt. And maybe that's the quiet heroism hidden in this whole strange life, the one that has nothing to do with the fame that came too late, or the genius, or the great ideas. It's the heroism of the ordinary, faithful day. 10,000 mornings of rising and washing and sitting down to do the work well, with no one watching and no reward promised, and every outward sign telling him to stop. That's not a hero's heroism. It's a much quieter kind, and a much rarer one, and it's the kind that's actually available to you and me. We will not all write a masterpiece, but any of us, on any ordinary morning, can choose to do the small, true thing well, faithfully, whether or not it's seen. That choice was the whole of his greatness, long before the world called him great. And it's a choice, I think, that's sitting quietly in front of each of us, most days, waiting. So, let me ask you the question. This whole story has been circling from the very beginning. The one I asked you at the start, before you knew his name. It's a gentle question. Hold it gently. What do you do when you've done your best work, the realest, truest thing you had in you, and the world simply doesn't look? I've turned it over more nights than I can count. And I'll be honest with you, the way a friend is honest in the dark, I don't fully know. I wonder, sometimes, whether I'd have his iron, whether, if I'd built the truest thing I had, and the world walked past it for 25 years, I'd have kept it whole, or whether I'd have quietly changed a word here, softened a line there, just to be liked, just to be seen. I've asked myself that, and I'm still not sure. I don't think it's a question with a clean answer. I think it's a question you carry, and let it work on you, and let it make you a little braver over time. But here's what his life whispers to me, and I'll leave it with you for tonight. That being unseen is not the same as being worthless. That the work can be finished and whole and good long before the world is ready to receive it. And that keeping faith with what you know to be true, even in the silence, even with no reward, even if the looking never comes in your lifetime, is not a waste. It is, maybe, the bravest and most beautiful thing a person can do. He held to his book. He did not take it back. And at that very moment, as he sat in his rooms, an old man, certain he would die unread, the book he refused to retract was out there in the world, sitting quietly on some shelf, in some shop, gathering dust, waiting. The kind of shelf that a stranger might, one day, without knowing why, reach toward. He had made his peace, by now, with never being read. He was 62 years old, and he expected nothing more from the world at all. Which, of course, is exactly when the world began, at last, to knock. It started, as these things so often do, with the book he cared about least. That's so often the way of it, isn't it? That the thing we labor over for a lifetime goes unnoticed, and the thing we toss off almost carelessly is the one that finally opens the door. How little we ever get to choose which of our efforts the world will reach for. But let's just watch it happen to him. In 1851, when he was 63 years old, Arthur gathered up a great heap of odds and ends, essays he had written over the years on all manner of things, aphorisms, observations, stray thoughts, the accumulated leftovers of a lifetime's thinking that had never quite fit into his grand system. Reflections on life and on death, on fame and how hollow it is, on noise, which he loathed, with a passion that is almost funny to read. On books, and reading, and thinking for yourself. On the getting of a little wisdom as the years wear a person down. The overflow of a deep mind. The marginal stuff, the by the way, the things that hadn't fit in the cathedral. And he bundled it all into 2 volumes and gave it a modest, almost dismissive, faintly self-mocking title in Greek, Parerga and Paralipomena, which means, more or less, appendices and omissions. The leftovers and the things left out. The scraps swept up from the workshop floor after the real work was done. And here's the lovely irony, the one he couldn't yet see. These leftovers contained some of the wisest, warmest, most human writing of his entire life. Because when a man stops building his great system and just lets himself talk about how to live, about how to bear disappointment, about noise and solitude and reputation and the getting of a little wisdom as the years go by, something loosens. The great masterpiece was a cathedral, magnificent and hard to enter. These essays were a fireside. He wrote about fame, which he'd never had, and about how little it was worth once you got it. He wrote about the noise of the world and his hatred of it. He wrote a little parable that people still love, about porcupines on a cold night, huddling together for warmth until their quills prick each other, then drawing apart until the cold drives them back, shuffling forever between too close and too far, never quite finding the perfect distance. That's us, he was saying. That's how we love each other. Close enough to be warmed, far enough not to be wounded, and never quite getting it right. A lonely man's wisdom about togetherness, set down with a wry, gentle hand. And isn't that just the way of it? That the deepest wisdom about how to live so often comes from the ones who found the living hardest. Arthur was not a happy man. He was not a warm or easy or well-loved man. He'd failed at friendship, failed at family, failed at love, thrown a woman out of a doorway, quarreled with nearly everyone who ever tried to get close. And out of exactly that, out of all that loneliness and difficulty and hard, clear looking at his own failures, came a book of counsel about noise and solitude and disappointment and the getting of peace that people would find genuinely, lastingly helpful, that they'd carry in their pockets and quote to their friends more than a century on. He couldn't live it, but he could see it and say it with a clarity the comfortable and well-adjusted almost never manage. The wound and the wisdom, once again, growing on the very same branch. He did not think much of it, relatively speaking. It wasn't the system. It wasn't the vision. It was the side dishes, the marginalia, the by the way. And he had trouble even getting it printed. His old publisher, Brockhaus, the very house that had printed his masterpiece and watched it become waste paper, wouldn't take it at all. Once bitten, you understand. They'd lost faith in this unsellable man decades ago. So it went, at last, through the help of a devoted admirer, to a smaller publisher in Berlin, a man named Heine, who agreed to bring it out in a tiny run of some 750 copies. 750. And Arthur received not a single coin for it. No royalties, no fee, nothing at all. He gave the book away, essentially, just to see it exist in the world. 63 years old, the author of a completed masterpiece, and he could not command a fee or a decent print run or even his old publisher's interest. He paid, in effect, to be printed. Now, I want to be careful here, because it would be easy to tell you the trumpet sounded and everything changed. They didn't. Not yet. Not really. This is not the triumphant turn in the story, not the swelling music, not the vindication. This is one more quiet, honest book, sent out into the dark by a tired old man of 63 who had long since stopped expecting the world to answer him. I don't want you to hear this chapter as a sunrise. Hear it as it truly was, a small, patient, unhopeful act of faith, one more of the 10,000. When he handed those leftovers to that small publisher for no money, he had no idea in the world that he was lighting anything at all. There was no sign. No flicker of the change to come. He thought he was simply, dutifully, emptying the last of his desk drawers into print before he died, tidying up, closing the accounts of a life's thinking, making sure the odds and ends existed somewhere outside his own head before that head was gone. That's all it was to him. One more offering into the silence, made without expectation, out of nothing but the old, deep, unkillable habit of setting the truth down, whether or not a single soul would ever read it. He had done it his whole life for no reward. He did it once more, the same way, for no reward. And this time, though he could not know it, though nothing about that grey afternoon felt any different from 30 years of grey afternoons, this time the match caught. And yet, there was something about this book, the accessible one, the human one, the one full of plain, sharp, useful wisdom about how to live and how to bear disappointment and how to grow a little quieter and a little wiser as the years take things from you, something the great dense masterpiece, for all its towering depth, had never quite had. You could pick this one up. You didn't need to have read Kant, or crossed the porch of the fourfold root, or followed 400 pages of argument about the will. You could open it anywhere, read a single page, and feel spoken to. Feel that a wise, bitter, brilliant old man was sitting across from you, telling you the truth about life, without the least interest in flattering you. And people are hungry for that. People have always been hungry for that. The plain voice that won't lie to them. The scraps from the workshop floor, it turned out, were the most inviting thing he ever made. The wide, low door into a mind whose front gate had stood locked and unvisited for 30 years. And, though he couldn't see it yet, sitting there in his Frankfurt rooms, with his white dog at his feet, and his flute on the sideboard, and his low, settled, unhopeful expectations, the door he had been pushing against, alone, unanswered, for 3 decades, had just come, very quietly, off its latch. He'd leaned on the grand front gate his whole life, and it never budged. And now, without his noticing, he'd slipped in through the side. There's a gentle irony worth resting on before we go. For 30 years he'd offered the world his greatest treasure, the deep, hard-won, complete vision of his masterpiece, and the world would not take it. And now, he tossed the world his leftovers, almost carelessly, expecting nothing, and the world reached out and took them gladly. It's as if he'd been standing at a door for decades, holding out a feast, and no one would come in, until finally, tired, he set a plate of scraps on the step and turned to go, and only then did they gather. But here's the thing, and it's a hopeful thing, quietly. They came for the scraps, and then, once inside, they found the feast. The little book of aphorisms was the doorway. And through that doorway, at last, the readers walked in toward everything else he'd made, the great work, the deep vision, all of it, waiting patiently on the far side of the room where it had always been. But before we walk through that door with him, let me pause and say something to you directly, gently, and only if it speaks to you. If you've walked all this way with me tonight, through this difficult, faithful life, then maybe you're someone who feels what I feel, that there's a real value in sitting with a life like Arthur's, in trading a little of the world's noise for a little of its old, hard-won wisdom. If that's you, if you believe, as I do, that there's something worth protecting in slowing down and thinking deeply in an age that mostly wants us distracted and scrolling and half awake, then I'd love to tell you there's a way to go a little deeper together. If you'd like, you can find us on Spotify or on Facebook, where I share some exclusive bonus content and where there's a small circle of fellow listeners, a quiet community of the like-minded, and where you can even suggest and vote on which lives we wander through next. There's no pressure in it, none at all. The stories here will always be yours, freely. But if this is the sort of thing you'd like to support and be part of, the door is open, and I'd be glad to have you closer to the fire. Now, back to Arthur and the strange, unlikely place his fame finally came from. It came from a foreigner, and it came anonymously. And I don't think Arthur, if he'd tried for 1,000 years, could ever have guessed it would happen that way. In April of 1853, a magazine in England, the Westminster Review, a serious and respected London journal, published a long article with a striking title, Iconoclasm in German Philosophy. An iconoclast is a smasher of idols, a breaker of the images that everyone else bows down to, and the article was about Arthur Schopenhauer. It took him seriously. It took him, at last, admiringly. It presented him to English readers as the great dissenter, the lone contrary voice, the one who had stood against the whole fashionable tide of German thought, against Hegel and all the reigning names, and told the hard truth they wouldn't. It called him, memorably, the misanthropic sage of Frankfurt. And it said, in effect, to the English reading world, here is a major philosopher, a real one, and almost nobody knows his name. Why? The piece was unsigned. The author, an English man of letters named John Oxenford, a translator and critic, put no name to it, as was often the way with the journals then. So, it arrived as a kind of anonymous voice from across the sea, a stranger's finger pointing out of the fog, simply saying, "Look at this man. Look at what you've been walking past. Why is no one reading this man? And I want you to feel how improbable that is, as the thing that finally worked. Not a German professor converted at last. Not a great review in Berlin. Not any of the men who'd ignored him for a lifetime suddenly seeing the light. An Englishman, anonymous, in a London magazine, writing in a foreign language about a German philosopher his own countrymen had never bothered to read. Of all the doors the recognition could have come through, it came through the one nobody was watching, the side door, from abroad, with no name on the knock. And here is the sweet, strange irony of it, the thing you almost couldn't invent if you tried. That English article was translated into German, carried back across the border, into his own tongue, into his own country, the very country that had ignored him for 35 years. It appeared in a Berlin newspaper, where Germans could read it, in German, this outsider's astonished praise of a German they'd never troubled to open. And the effect was almost immediate. The Germans, who had walked past Arthur Schopenhauer his entire adult life without a glance, read an anonymous Englishman telling them, in their own language, what treasure they had been stepping over all these years, and finally, they turned to look. Think about what that took. It took a stranger, writing without even a name attached, in a foreign country, in a foreign language, to wake his own people up to the man who had been living quietly among them for decades. The homeland that could not see him had to be told he existed by a foreigner it couldn't even name. Everything he'd tried himself had failed. The masterpiece, twice. The lectures. The prize essays. 40 years of shouting the truth as loudly and clearly as he knew how, into a silence that never once answered. And then, one quiet, admiring article from across the sea does what 4 decades of his own labor couldn't. The world is like that sometimes. It won't hear the thing from the person who most needs it heard, but let a stranger say it, at an angle, from far away, and suddenly the whole room turns around. And slowly, then faster, after 35 years of nothing, they came. People began to read him, to talk about him, to argue about him at last, which, remember, is its own kind of honor, the honor he'd been denied his whole life, to be worth disagreeing with. Readers went hunting for the pulped, forgotten masterpiece and the leftover volume of aphorisms alike, and found in them exactly what one anonymous Englishman had promised: a mind unlike any other, saying the unfashionable thing, holding up the mirror. Word spread, the way word does once it finally catches, quietly at first, then all at once. One reader telling another, a review here, a mention there, a gathering momentum after 3 decades of dead stillness. And the name Schopenhauer, that name built so long ago to travel across any border, the name a merchant father had chosen with such care for a son he meant for trade, a name spelled the same in German and French and English, so it could cross any frontier and do business anywhere. That name began, at last, to do the one thing it had been designed for. It traveled. It crossed borders. It became known. Heinrich had chosen it to carry his son's business into every capital of Europe. And now, Half a century after the old merchant drowned in his canal, the name was crossing those very borders at last, not on a bill of lading, but on the spine of a book. The father's careful choice, come true in a way he could never have dreamed. And here's the detail that closes the long circle, and I confess it gives me a quiet satisfaction every time I think of it. That masterpiece, the great work that had taken 30 years to trickle out of its modest first printing, the one carted off by the pound as waste paper, people now wanted it. Sought it out. Went hunting for copies of the book nobody had bought. The very thing the world had turned into wrapping paper, the world now could not get enough of. New editions were called for. The dusty, unsold, pulped-up masterpiece became, in his own last years, a book in demand. Imagine what that must have been to him, to watch the exact same words, unchanged, not one of them retracted, go from waste paper to treasure, without his having altered a single line to earn it. He'd been right to change nothing. The book didn't need fixing. The world just needed 35 years to grow, ready to read it. But here is the thing I most need you to feel about this chapter, because it's the truest and the saddest note in it. The fame came, and the loneliness did not lift. Because think about where it found him. It found a man in his mid-60s who had spent his entire adult life alone, who had built his whole self, brick by careful brick, around solitude and silence, and expecting nothing from anyone. That was not a wound he was waiting to have healed. It was the shape his life had hardened into over 40 years. You cannot pour warmth into a vessel built that long ago to hold none. And now admirers began, actually, to travel to Frankfurt to make the journey, some of them from far away, like pilgrims to a shrine, just to catch a glimpse of him. To see the famous philosopher dine at the Englischer Hof. To watch him take his afternoon walk. To be able to say they had laid eyes on the great man. And what did they see, these pilgrims, when they finally stood at a respectful distance and watched? They saw exactly what the city of Frankfurt had seen, unremarkably, for 27 years. The same solitary old man. The same white poodle trotting at his heel. The same walk, at the same hour, in any weather, along the same stretch of the same river. Nothing had changed. Nothing. The fame arrived, and it settled over his days like a light dusting of snow, real, visible, even lovely, and underneath it, everything was precisely, exactly as it had always been. The same immaculate, lonely routine, performed now, at last, for an audience. An audience that had shown up 30 years too late. He got his watchers. He did not get his companions. The pilgrims came to see the solitude, not to end it. They stood and gazed and went home again, and the old man walked on, alone, into the same evening he'd been walking into for a quarter of a century. Recognition, it turns out, is not the same thing as being less alone. He learned that in these years, I think, that you can be seen by the whole world and touched by no one. That the crowd at your door can gather to watch you be lonely and go away impressed, and leave you exactly as lonely as they found you. It's a strange thing to get exactly what you wanted, and to get it so late that it can no longer change the shape of a single one of your days. The recognition he'd been so certain of at 30 came to him at 65, and by then he had built an entire life that did not need it and could not quite be warmed by it. Vindication arrived at his door like a letter delivered to the right man at the wrong address, the words all correct, and yet somehow, for the person he'd become, no longer quite deliverable. He had waited so long to stop waiting that when the thing finally came, he had already, quietly, let it go. And how did he take it, this late turning of the tide? Not with joy, exactly. Not with tears of gratitude or a softening of the old hard heart. He took it, mostly, with a grim and glittering satisfaction, the cold pleasure of a man watching the world finally, sheepishly agree with what he'd been telling it, at the top of his voice, for 40 years. "I told you so," his whole bearing seemed to say. "I told you, and you wouldn't listen, and now look at you, come crawling." He gathered the reviews. He followed the growing talk of himself with a keen and unembarrassed eye. He was pleased. Of course he was pleased. But it was the pleasure of being proved right, not the pleasure of being loved. Those are very different warmths, and he only ever got the colder one. Being right, it turns out, is a lonelier prize than being loved, and it was the only prize the world ever finally handed him. And still, he was human. And even a man who's let it go feels something when the trumpets finally sound. So let's give him his late, strange, prickly hour in the sun. He'd earned it, God knows. And he enjoyed it in exactly the way you'd expect of him, which is to say, not humbly at all. Oh, he had fun with it. That's the thing I love about these last years. After everything, after the whole long freeze, the old man got to be difficult in the warmth for a while, and he clearly relished every minute. The disciples came first. Devoted followers, real ones, gathering around the newly discovered sage, championing his work, spreading it, corresponding with him at length, making the trip to sit near him at the Englischer Hof and drink in his talk. After a lifetime of no followers whatsoever, he suddenly had a little movement, a circle of believers who thought him the greatest philosopher of the age, and told him so. And Arthur, being Arthur to the very last, could not simply be grateful for them. Oh no. That would have been far too easy, far too warm. Instead, he sorted them, half mockingly, into ranks, as if he were founding a church and grading the faithful. There were his evangelists, and there were his apostles, ranked by their devotion and their usefulness to the cause of Schopenhauer. Chief among them, a man named Julius Frauenstedt, the arch-evangelist, the tireless promoter, the one who did more than anyone to carry the Master's name out into the world, and to whom Arthur would eventually entrust his entire literary estate. And even him, even his most loyal apostle, Arthur could not resist, needling, correcting, holding at arm's length, quarreling with. He had spent 30 years with not one follower on earth. And now that they had come, at last, he reviewed them, like a general inspecting troops he half suspected of desertion. There is something wonderfully, incorrigibly unrepentant in that. Most men, starved of praise for a lifetime, would have wept with gratitude at the first disciple. Arthur ranked his. They photographed him, too, in these last years, and think what a strange gift of timing that was. Photography was a brand new art, barely born, and it arrived just in time to catch him. So, we have his face. The pictures survive to this day. The white-haired old philosopher, fierce-browed, mutton-chopped, sharp-eyed, staring out of the past, straight at us, across a century and a half, with an expression, I always think, that suggests he is not entirely impressed by you, whoever you are, or by the century you've brought with you. It's a wonderful face. All that certainty and all that difficulty and all that hard-won solitude printed on a plate. The man nobody could see for 30 years, and now we can look him dead in the eye whenever we like. On his 70th birthday, in February of 1858, the congratulations poured in from across Europe. Letters, tributes, honors, admirers writing from countries he had never visited, from cities where his name had meant nothing at all a mere 10 years before. Think of the arithmetic of that. A decade earlier, he could not have filled a small parlor with people who'd read him. Now, at 70, the letters arrived by the sackful, from strangers, from scholars, from the great and the humble, all of them wanting to touch the hem of the sage they discovered so very late. The world arrived, all at once, hats in hands, apologizing without quite apologizing, 30 years after it should have knocked. Even Richard Wagner, the composer, the titan, one of the towering artists of the entire century, sent him tribute. Around 1854, Wagner had a printed copy of the poem of his great ring cycle, that vast cathedral of music he was building, sent to Schopenhauer, inscribed in homage. In gratitude for the philosopher's ideas about music, for Arthur had written that music was the deepest of all the arts, the one that touched the will most directly, and Wagner had read it and been thunderstruck, and reshaped his own art around it. So here was a colossus of the age, bowing low to the old man in Frankfurt, saying in effect, "You taught me what my own music was for." And how did Arthur respond to this extraordinary honor from one of the great artists of his century? By all the stories, with magnificent, blunt, unrepentant ingratitude. He thought Wagner had real gifts, mind you, genuine ones. But as a poet, as a writer of verse, that, Arthur judged, was where the man's true talent lay. And so he reportedly sent word in effect that the fellow ought to give up the music altogether and stick to writing, where he was actually good. Just picture it. The most celebrated composer in Europe pays you the deepest compliment. One artist can pay a thinker, reshapes his life's work around your ideas, and you send back, in reply, "Yes, thank you very much. Now do give up the music. There's a good man. You've no real gift for it." It's breathtaking. It's outrageous. And it is so completely, perfectly Arthur that you almost have to laugh out loud. He could not help himself. He would not flatter Wagner 1 inch more than he'd flattered Fichte, or Hegel, or Goethe, or any other idol the world had ever asked him to bow to. To the very end, honors or no honors, drums or no trumpets, he called it exactly as he saw it. The world's applause bought him nothing. It never had. And the line that captures the whole prickly, glorious contradiction of his late fame, recorded by his friend and biographer Gwynner, is this. Arthur said, of all the sudden acclaim, after one has spent a long life in insignificance and disregard, they come at the end with drums and trumpets, and think that is something. Drums and trumpets. You can hear the whole of him in that one line, can't you? The entire man, compressed into a single sentence. The contempt and the pleasure, wound together so tightly, you cannot pull them apart with any tool you own. On the one hand, pure scorn. Where were all of you for the last 40 years? You walked past me my whole life. You let my book become waste paper. You filled Hegel's hall and left mine empty. And now that a stranger in England has told you I matter, now you show up with your drums and your trumpets and your birthday letters and your pilgrimages, and you expect me to be moved? As if the noise you're making at the end could ever pay back the silence you gave me at the start. There's real anger in it, cold and earned, 40 years deep. And, on the other hand, he noticed everything. He counted the tributes. He kept the reviews, read them, treasured them, quoted them. He enjoyed his fame, plainly, hugely, with an old man's completely unashamed relish, the way you'd enjoy a warm fire after a long freeze. Both of these things at once, sneering at the applause and basking in it in the very same breath. And that, to me, is one of the most human things in this whole human story. He had wanted this exact thing, this recognition, with his whole heart, secretly, for his entire life. And now that it had finally, absurdly, belatedly come, he was far too proud to ever admit he'd wanted it, and far too honest to pretend he wasn't enjoying every single minute. So he split the difference, the only way he could. He took the pleasure, and he wrapped it in scorn, and he called it drums and trumpets, and he let you decide which half he meant. The answer, of course, is both. It was always both with him. Right to the end. Let him have it, I say. Let the difficult old man be difficult in the sunshine. After 30 years of the same lonely walk, with the same white dog, into the same indifferent silence, let him sit at the Englischer Hof and be famous, and prickly, and sharp-tongued, and thoroughly, unrepentantly himself, holding court, scorning his admirers even as he counted them. It's the one stretch of this whole story where his difficultness isn't a wound. It's a pleasure. He got to be exactly who he was, out loud, and the world finally had to take him on his own terms, or not at all. And he never once bent himself to earn this. He didn't soften, didn't charm, didn't make himself easier to like in order to win the crowd. The crowd came to him, at last, and it had to come to the real man, the prickly, brilliant, uncompromising real man, because that was the only man on offer. He'd spent his whole life refusing to be anyone other than himself, at enormous cost, in total obscurity. And when the reward finally arrived, it arrived for that self, the true one, the unbent one. Not for a performance. Not for a compromise. There's something clean and bracing in that, isn't there? He proved you could wait out the whole world without giving it an inch, that you could be entirely, stubbornly yourself, and still, in the end, be found. It just took him 70 years to prove it. And there's a mercy in the timing when you stand back from it. Because he did get a little while in the sun. Not long, but some. After 30 years in the cold, 30 years of the empty room and the unread book and the same lonely walk with the same white dog, the old man got to spend his final stretch, knowing, beyond any doubt, that he had been right all along. That the truth he'd guarded in the silence was truth, and that the world had come round to it at last, just as he'd sworn it would. He didn't die wondering. That's the mercy. So many of the great unrecognized ones die, still wondering, still unsure, going into the dark, without ever knowing whether the faith they kept was justified. Arthur got his answer. Late and thin and wrapped in his own prickly scorn, but he got it. He knew. He had about 2 years of it, in the end. 2 years of drums and trumpets, of pilgrims at the Englischer Hof, and photographs and birthday letters from across a continent. And then, exactly as he had lived, quietly, alone, on an ordinary morning, with no one watching and nothing announced, he went. It was the morning of the 21st of September, 1860. Frankfurt. An ordinary autumn day. He rose as he always rose. He washed in cold water as he always did. He took his breakfast. He'd grown a little gentler with his own rules by then. And then he sat down, alone, in his rooms, in the quiet he had guarded his whole life. His housekeeper had let in the morning air and left him there, sitting up at his ease. A little while later, his doctor arrived for a routine morning call and found him already gone. Sitting exactly where he'd settled, leaning back, unmarked, at peace, into the corner of his sofa. His heart had simply, quietly stopped, sometime in that short interval between the housekeeper leaving and the doctor arriving. No struggle, they said. No pain in his face. No sign of any last alarm. Death had come to him the way he had lived, alone, composed, without fuss, without an audience, and without a single last word to hand down to anyone at all. He was 72 years old. He had been famous, at last, for about 7 of those years, a thin sliver of light at the very end of a long, dark, patient life. Do the arithmetic of it, just once, because it's staggering. 72 years alive. 50 of them, near enough, spent thinking and writing at the highest level a human mind can reach. And of all those decades, a mere 7 at the end, in which the world knew his name. 40-odd years of silence for 7 of sound. That was the ledger of his life, a ledger his merchant father would have understood the shape of, if not the contents. Just long enough to know he'd been right. Just long enough to see the world begin, finally, to turn its face toward him. And then, on an ordinary Friday morning in autumn, quietly, in the very middle of his own quiet, he was gone. There is something almost unbearably fitting in the loneliness of it, and I don't want to rush past that. This was a man who had lived alone, walked alone, thought alone, endured alone. And he died alone too. No gathered family at the bedside, no weeping friends, no hand in his. The housekeeper had gone about her mourning. The doctor was still on his way. And in that small, unwatched gap, Arthur Schopenhauer slipped out of the world with no one there to see it, exactly as he had done nearly everything else that mattered. He met his death the way he'd met his whole life, by himself and unafraid, and on his own terms. And unafraid is the word, I think, the true and important word. Because here, at the very end, his philosophy came round to meet him, and it served him. Remember what he'd taught all those decades about the blind will and the suffering of endless wanting. He had come to see death not as the great enemy, but as something closer to a release, the door out of all that striving, the laying down at last of the hunger that drives us and never lets us rest. He did not cling to life the way frightened men cling. He had made his cold, clear peace with the ending long before it came. And so when it came, gently, suddenly, on an ordinary Friday, in the corner of his sofa, it found him ready. Not clutching, not pleading, not afraid. Whatever else you want to say about the man and his dark, difficult doctrine, it gave him that. It let him die without terror. There are far more comfortable philosophies in the world that cannot do half as much for a person at the final hour. Remember that. No last words. This man, who had written millions of words, who had emptied his whole soul onto the page, said nothing at the end. There was no deathbed speech, no final wisdom, no gathered family leaning in to catch the last breath. Just an old man, alone, leaning into the corner of his sofa on an autumn morning, and then not there anymore. The silence he had lived inside his whole life closed over him gently at the last, and he did not break it. There's a small, tender, human detail I have to give you here, because it tells you something about the fears he carried under all that iron certainty. All his life, Arthur had been afraid of one particular thing, quietly, privately, persistently afraid. Not of death itself. He'd made his cold peace with death long ago, had even, in his darker philosophy, half welcomed it as the door out of all wanting. No, what he feared was being buried alive, of being mistaken for dead and shut in the earth, while some last flicker of life still remained in him. It was one of the very few terrors that could unsettle that controlled, iron mind, the thought of waking in the dark, in the ground, with no one to hear. And so, by his own careful instruction, left in advance, his burial was deliberately delayed. His body was kept and watched for several days, long past the point of any real doubt, so that there could be no possible mistake, no chance whatever of that particular nightmare. Even in death, you see, he arranged things his own way, patient, deliberate, taking no one's word for it, insisting on being certain. Of course he did. He'd spent his entire life refusing to be hurried, refusing to be settled, refusing to take the world's easy assurances, and he wasn't about to start now, not even at the very end, not even in the grave. He would go into the ground on his own schedule, verified, unrushed, exactly as he'd done everything else. And then there is the stone. His gravestone in Frankfurt, in the old cemetery, where he lies to this very day, where you could go and stand if you ever found yourself there, and see it with your own eyes. And, by his own wish, left in careful instruction, like everything else, this is one of the most eloquent things about the whole man, and I've saved it for here, for the last. That stone bears no dates. None. No year of his birth, no year of his death, nothing to fix him on the calendar of history. No title. No doctor, though he'd earned it. No philosopher, though he was one of the greatest of his age. No epitaph. No verse. No line of scripture, no summing up of a life, no plea to the passer-by to stop and remember. It bears 2 words, and 2 words only. His name, Arthur Schopenhauer. Nothing else. 2 words on a stone, and not 1 word more. And I want you to feel what that stone is saying, because it is the wordless echo of everything we have been circling together all night long. Think back. After 25 years, he had found nothing to retract. And here, at the last, on the stone that would outlast him, there was nothing to retract, and nothing, either, to add. No dates to fix him in time. No philosopher, no doctor, no title to announce him. No epitaph. No verse. No summing up, no plea, no last argument pressed on the passer-by. No, here lies a great man, please remember. Just the name. The whole of him refusing, one final time, to explain himself, to defend himself, to beg the world for the understanding it had denied him for 30 years. He had said everything he had to say. He had said it in his books, completely, wholly, and unretracted, and he would not now carve a single further syllable into granite to court a reader's sympathy. Here is the name, the stone says. The work is elsewhere. The work is finished and whole and waiting, and if you want to know who I was, do not stand here reading my grave. Go and read my book. That is where I am. That is where I have always been. And he trusted, with the very same iron certainty that had carried him through the empty rooms and the pulped pages and the 30 silent years. He trusted that the right reader, someday, would do exactly that. Would find him without a signpost, without a plea, without one helpful, guiding, pleading word on the stone. He believed, to the marrow, that the work itself would call across the years to whoever it was truly for, that it needed no epitaph to do its finding, because a true book finds its true reader the way water finds the low ground, all on its own, in its own time, with no help from the dead man at all. He died believing that. And here is the almost unbearable tenderness of it. He died not knowing how completely, how perfectly right he was. He had no way in the world to know that even as they lowered him into the ground beneath that bare-named stone, the reader was already coming. Was already alive, a boy of 16 somewhere in Germany, growing toward the day that just 5 more autumns would turn. 5, that's all. And then, in a second-hand bookshop, not so very far from where Arthur now lay at rest, a young stranger would feel a nameless pull and reach up toward a dusty shelf and take him down and carry him home. He never knew it was coming. That's the part that catches in my throat. All that faith, all that certainty that the right reader would someday find him without a signpost. And it was true. It was about to come true. And he went to his grave without the smallest hint of it. He simply trusted and was right and never got to know he was right. He went into the corner of his sofa and out of the world, certain only of what he had always been certain of, that he had kept the faith, that it had cost him nearly everything, and that the looking, if it ever came at all, would come too late for him to see it. He was right about that last part. It did come too late for him, far too late. But it came. It truly came. Autumn 1865. 5 years after the old man died alone in Frankfurt. And now we're back where we began, this whole long night, in that cramped second-hand bookshop, with the rain on the cobbles and the smell of old glue and older paper. Back with the young man running his cold finger along the cracked spines. It's time, at last, to give him his name. He was 21 years old, a student. Brilliant, restless, lonely, and entirely unknown, a nobody, as complete and total a nobody as Arthur himself had been for most of his life. There is a rhyme in that already, isn't there, before we've even begun. And his name was Friedrich Nietzsche. You may know that name. If you don't yet, you will, because it's coming, further down his road. That lonely young man in the bookshop was going to become one of the most explosive, most famous, most fiercely argued over thinkers who ever lived. A man who would shake the whole foundation of how the West thought about God and morality and meaning and the will to live. But not tonight. Not on this rainy afternoon in 1865. On this afternoon he was nothing and no one, just a clever, searching, half-lost boy with cold hands, browsing a second-hand shop with no particular purpose, exactly as I described him to you at the very beginning of our night, before either of us said his name. And he reached up, pulled by an impulse he could never, for the rest of his life, quite explain, the same nameless pull, the same whisper out of nowhere, and took down 2 heavy volumes by an author he had never once heard of. An author who had died 5 years before, alone, in the corner of a sofa, in a city not so very far from where this boy now stood. A man the whole world had ignored for 30 years, whose masterpiece had been carted off as waste paper, who lay under a stone that bore only his name. He tried, for the rest of his life, to describe what happened in that moment, and he never quite could. The nearest he came was this: I know not what demon whispered to me, "Take this book home with you." some voice he couldn't place, some pull he didn't understand. Take this book home. So he did. He carried the 2 volumes back through the rain to his lodgings. And I told you this at the very start. Before you knew whose story it was, he threw himself into the corner of a sofa, and he opened the book, and he did not stop. Not for supper. Not for sleep. He read as though the pages were speaking straight into his ear, as though this dead stranger, whom the whole world had ignored for 30 years, had somehow reached across the years and the grave and written every single line for him. For him alone. Years later, he put that feeling into words that every unread writer who has ever lived would give anything to have said of their work. He wrote that he understood Schopenhauer as though the man had written for him. As though he had written for me. There it is. That is the thing Arthur Schopenhauer wanted his entire life and died certain he would never have. Not fame, really. The drums and trumpets had come, and he'd sneered at them. Not admirers ranked into evangelists and apostles. Not pilgrims gawking at his walk. This. Just this. One reader. One true reader who would open the book and feel it not as a curiosity, not as an item to be discussed, but as a voice, a living voice, meant for him, speaking straight into the private dark of his own heart, who would take the truth the dead man had set down, alone, in the silence, with no reward and no hope of one, and receive it whole, as a gift addressed personally, unmistakably, to his own soul. The reader came. After 30 years of empty rooms and unsold books, and a lonely white poodle life, the reader finally came. He came too late, 5 years too late, for Arthur ever to know it, ever to feel it, ever to be warmed by it, for even a single evening. The one thing he'd wanted most arrived exactly 5 autumns after the only man who could have treasured it had gone into the ground. And yet he came exactly, precisely, perfectly, in time for the world. Too late for Arthur. Right on time for everything Arthur's work was going to become. That is the ache and the glory of it, wound together, the way everything in this man's life was always wound together. The shade arrived after the gardener died, but it arrived, and it fell on someone, and through that someone, it would fall on all of us. Because feel the rhyme in it, the quiet, aching rhyme, the whole story has been building toward from the very first word tonight. Arthur Schopenhauer died leaning into the corner of his sofa, alone, finished, at peace, his life's work complete behind him and no reader in sight. And 5 years later, in another city, a young stranger threw himself into the corner of a sofa and read that same dead man back to life. The very same posture. One of them an ending, one of them a beginning. The old man let go of the world from the corner of a couch, trusting that a reader would someday find him without a signpost, and the reader, when at last he came, received him from the corner of a couch and would not put him down. Death folded into one sofa corner, resurrection unfolding from another. The book that nobody read, passing quietly from the cold hand that could no longer hold it into the young hand that would carry it forward into the whole century to come. And that is the completion of it, the meaning finished across the gap of death itself. Because here is what Arthur's life proves, laid all the way out, that a thing can be finished, and true, and wholly complete, and still have to wait past the maker's own death to be received. The work was done in 1818. The reader came in 1865. The man died in between, in 1860, never touching the two ends together. And yet the two ends did touch. The circuit did close. The truth he set down in an empty room reached, finally, the one soul it was written for, just not while the hand that wrote it was warm. His life and his vindication never once overlapped. And it still counted. It counted completely. The meaning was real, even though the man never got to stand inside it. That's the thing I most want you to carry out of this whole long night. That the story of a life can be completed by someone, the liver of that life never meets, on the far side of the grave, and be no less whole for it. No less true, no less worth every silent, faithful, unrewarded day it cost. And carry it he did, because this was no ordinary reader who'd reached up to that shelf. This was a young man who would go on to become a great river of thought in his own right. And Nietzsche took Schopenhauer's fire and made his own from it, wrestled with him, argued with him, eventually broke with him, turned against his pessimism, transformed the whole inheritance into something new and fierce and his own. But he never escaped him. You don't escape the book that first taught you what a book could be. All his life, even in rebellion, Nietzsche carried the old man inside him. And through Nietzsche, and through the flood of thinkers and artists and restless searchers who came after, the ideas of the lonely pessimist that nobody read poured out at last into the whole of the modern age. Think of where that book flowed. Into the music of Wagner, who reshaped opera around it. Into the depth psychology of the men who would map the unconscious mind and find, underneath our reason, exactly the blind striving Arthur had named. Into the novels, the poetry, the philosophy, the whole troubled and searching current of the century to come. So much of the modern world's inner weather, its sense of the dark drives beneath the polite surface, its suspicion that reason sits atop something older and hungrier, so much of it bends, quietly, around the two dusty volumes that once sat unsold in a warehouse and were carted off by the pound as waste paper. And there is the enormity of it, said softly. The book that was literally turned into wrapping paper became one of the hidden foundations of how a whole civilization would come to understand itself. The silence didn't break all at once. It didn't crack and let a little light in. It became a river, a deep, wide, underground river running beneath the next 100 years. And that river is still running, quietly, somewhere under all of it, feeding things most people who drink from it will never think to trace back to a solitary man and his white dog on the banks of the Main. Some of you, I think, have walked beside that young man before, on another night, further down his own hard road. We've sat with Nietzsche here, you and I, the one who was also ahead of his time, who also worked in a deep isolation, who was also misread and, worse, misused after his death, and who taught us, in the end, to love our fate, whatever it brings us. Amor fati. If you were with me for that one, you'll feel the rhyme tonight, deep and strange and lovely. The unread master and the unread student, each of them writing into a silence. Each of them found too late for their own comfort, and each of them, in the end, found. The pupil who received Schopenhauer would grow up to need his own late reader, in his own turn. The chain goes on. It always goes on. Because that is the last thing this whole long night has been trying to tell us, I think, the deepest and most hopeful thing in it. The book always reaches its reader. Always. It may sit on a shelf for 30 years. It may be pulped into wrapping paper. It may wait until the hand that wrote it is dust in a grave under a stone, with nothing but a name on it. But the true thing, made well and set down faithfully, does not finally get lost. It waits. And somewhere, someday, without a signpost, the right soul reaches up toward the shelf. Sometimes, the reader just has to arrive a little later than a single lifetime allows. And it still counts. It counts for everything. So, let me bring us gently back before you sleep. I asked you a question at the very beginning of this night, before you knew his name, or his face, or his sorrow. I asked, what do you do when you've done your best work, the realest, truest thing you had in you, and the world simply doesn't look? And now you've watched one man's whole answer, lived out over 72 years. He did the work. He kept the faith. He did not take a word of it back. And the looking came after the pulped book and the empty hall and the lonely walk, after the flute at noon and the white dog and the 30 years of silence. It came, at last, though not until he was gone. The reader arrived 5 years too late to shake his hand, and exactly in time to change the world. Here's what I'll leave you with as the light goes down. It's a quiet thought, not a grand one. That the truest work a person does may already be complete, whole, and good, and finished, whether or not the world has looked at it yet. That being unseen is not the same as being worthless. That the meal you cooked with care fed someone, whether they thanked you or not. That the kindness you gave and the work you did well in the dark were real and remain real, even in the silence. And that the reader you are for, the person who will finally understand, the one your truest work was quietly written for, may simply not have arrived yet. May not arrive in your lifetime at all. And that it still counts. That it was never a waste. That you can plant the tree and keep the faith and set the truth down as clearly as you're able, and trust that someday, somewhere, without a signpost, the right soul will reach up toward the shelf. After 25 years, he found nothing to retract. May you build something you never have to. Sleep now and let it settle. The work is enough. It was always enough. Since you made it this far, sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done. But yours continues.